on for the stream that I set to unlisted, but I disabled this one because I didn't want to double stream.
Okay.
Yeah, you get it. Let's see here.
Sure.
Whoa. Let's see. What? It's weird. That's not focused at all. Oh. Maybe I could like put it upside down or something. Let's see here. I don't know how to work a tripod, Max.
Yeah.
Please come here and help me.
With what?
How to do a tripod.
Whoops, I'm watching.
Tripods are really easy,
What?
John.
Why?
No, they're not.
Rebel.
They
Whoa.
are.
Fifth.
They really are.
Too bad.
Why do you need a tripod?
Oh, because I'm using it to hold my camera.
Why do you need a camera?
Because I'm showing them my calculus. Haha.
Why?
Because they want me to stream, and also I need to do calculus homework, so I figured, you know, this is a good...
I'm watching
You
it.
already stopped streaming.
Hoy.
So now you can just
Yeah.
do calculus.
Okay, I'm early.
Yeah, I can do calculus now.
He watching it. Too
So
late.
you don't have to stream it.
I'm watching
I'm
because
just
no
doing calculus
rules.
now.
Nobody
Okay.
cares.
So should I tell the people
Yay,
that are still in
homework.
the chat?
Yay, it's back.
Cool.
Wait.
I don't know. You can do whatever you want, Max. You do you, I'll do me.
What? Sorry. Wait. Are you gonna stream again, or are you done?
I'll just stream my paper
I'm watching,
while I
I'm
work
a
on my
rebel.
homework.
I'm like watching
Okay.
right now. Oh wow.
I don't know, the title of the
I'm a
stream is
rebel.
Don't Watch This as a
Unicorn
Test.
head, unicorn head, unicorn head, unicorn head,
Don't watch
unicorn
this
head,
as a test.
unicorn
Okay,
head, unicorn head,
okay,
unicorn
thanks.
head, unicorn
Okay,
head,
I guess
unicorn
I'm
head,
playing
unicorn
OSIP,
head,
is
unicorn
what the
head,
title
unicorn
of the
head,
stream is.
unicorn head, unicorn head, unicorn head, unicorn head, unicorn head, unicorn head, unicorn head,
Makes sense.
unicorn head, unicorn head, he's back. He'll leave the salt and leave. Learning experience.
Are you back?
Sorry, I'm watching.
I am back, yeah.
Wow. We will not leave.
Oh, look at that.
Very interesting.
Wow.
I'm back. Some mathematicians are on the negative
Wait,
side
hang on.
while
What are you
others
talking
are
about?
quite positive. Awesome. There we go.
I get the fact back again.
Unicorn head. Unicorn head. Hi, Brandon. Are we watching him do Calc V? It's really admirable that you are a student and run a professional YouTube channel and website. Bravo. Sorry, didn't hear that.
I wouldn't call it professional.
What did you say?
but Thank you.
Unicorn head. Unicorn head.
Here,
Yeah.
Max, I'll make it so you can hear TTS as well. Would you like that?
What is up, my boy?
No.
What do
Okay,
they like say,
cool.
unicorn head? WTF is this? We can
It's
have a learning
calculus.
experience with this. Wait, did I just type unicorn heb? Hello, beans.
It's kind of hard to see what you're writing.
Put
Can you
it.
do it in
It
pen?
is, isn't it? You want me to do it in pen? You want me to do my calculus in pen?
I don't mind the calculus.
Okay.
Let's see here. I don't know if there's a better camera angle I can adopt for this.
Das me. Eat my potatoes.
Here, let me see if I can.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Somehow
It's scarce
fit it,
here.
like- Hold up.
Maybe
Hi,
it'd be
but
best if you could have it looking
Hey,
straight
Leo.
down. But
Yeah, I'm. This it's kind of hard to achieve that.
I figured.
Whoa, that's weird.
It says what you type. Good luck.
Figuring it out.
Hill. Hello,
trying.
Amspiderman. Hello. Potato and sure and
So I
was
think
up
I
at
can
Leo
do
the
this.
furry.
Hold up.
You could just tape
What
it
are
to your
you
ceiling.
Cake farts.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
A mathematician who was also a horticulturist was interested in prime roots, square roots and trees in general.
I also
Hello,
need a
SO.
light now. I need a
Clown
lamp here.
face, clown face,
Lighting.
clown face.
Wait, that makes sense. What does it
Hello, crazy.
So Max, I said I need
At
a
MR's not low
lamp for
estimate,
lighting.
not much. I just thought I'd watch,
That makes
cause
sense.
why not? Was that a Tazer? Ha, I made it say cake farts. Hello. This is an amazing live stream. I should probably finish my calculus assignment
good.
as well. Due by the end of the week. Oh yeah,
So should
Leo.
I, Max? Do you think I should like do some narration?
Unicorn
on this?
head, clown face, unicorn
some-
head, baguette,
I mean, you
scorpion,
can.
scorpion, croissant, scorpion, crab, scorpion, computer monitor, dark skin tone emoji,
It's
modifier.
not going to make it any more
rhinoceros.
interesting.
Are
I
you
strongly dislike the subject
Yes.
of math.
Is that the?
However,
is that,
I am
is that
partial
better
to fractions. Mom's spaghetti.
In terms of light.
Final suck A.
in terms of camera? I'll just
Oh.
post
Bye,
it.
ma dudes. Calculus seems
Is
like
it
too
not
much
better?
work.
Yeah, no,
At
I guess
crazy.
it's better.
Hello,
Still write in
Mateo.
pen.
What the
You want me
crap?
to write in pen? I can turn up the
Yeah.
contrast or something. Do you think that would fix it?
Not as easy as writing in pen would.
You want me to write? Do you actually just
Unicorn
want
head
me to write in
computer
pen, or are you
monitor
trying to
dark
help?
skin tone
with
emoji
the
modifier
quality?
unicorn head
Both.
computer
If you
monitor
write in pen, you're going
scorpion
to be able to
spider
see what
web
you're
shark
writing,
shrimp.
and also it'll be funny
Boy.
because you're going to be doing your
Giga.
homework in pen, and you won't be able to erase.
Unicorn head deer gorilla
It's kind of
rhinoceros gorilla
depressing.
deer gorilla deer
Is it
unicorn
really
head
hard to
unicorn
read? I
head
don't.
deer lion
Here, I'll
lion
just write.
fox face.
I'll just write.
Join us
more
on Discord.
hard.
Nice
You
handwriting.
can do that,
Hello cool
or
Tanner.
you could just write in pen.
Copyright.
I won't.
Okay.
All right, let's see here. So question set. This,
Knees weak,
what-
palms
what
are
is this?
sweaty, vomit on his
Whoa,
sweater
okay.
already.
But yeah, no, I
mom's
can't
spaghetti.
understand what that says, really. But that's
Is
fair.
it because you don't understand calculus, or is it because you
God
can't
luck in the
read
Because
it?
of the pencil.
No, I can read it from here.
Lion, spider, lion, shrimp, butterfly, spider web, scorpion,
All
spider
right,
web,
all
lion,
right,
spider,
what's the
shrimp,
plan?
squid, shamrock,
Alright.
gorilla,
New
shamrock,
emoji
gorilla,
trailer
lion, cloud,
looks
cucumber,
great.
stuffed flatbread, stuffed
It
flatbread,
turns
yellow
out
ribbon. Hi, Nightbot.
Here,
Or
I'm gonna raise up the.
Oh no,
tripod
not
some more.
copyright D.
Ow.
What's happening?
Nope. Nope.
Dash. Hello, AshXOMFG.
Whoa.
Yo, foix, cook, kook. I need to do homework too. But,
Let's
the puns
figure
are
out
like
this
an anti-gravity
focus.
book. It's hard to put down. What a nice day for Majo Ring. Lyric is doing calculus homework. Buccaneers,
Calculus
Jave
homework.
Jane, Verkrixigzus Waseb J Yaje. It's my birthday. I
Happy
lied.
birthday.
There isn't.
Oh.
a
Why
new
are you
emoji
doing
for
math?
sure.
What
Why
time
am
is
I
it
doing
where
math?
you live? It
Why
is
would I not be
11:37
doing math
p.m.
is the question.
Furries
That's
fuzziest,
not-
furry furriness, furries fuzziest.
It's not his question at all.
Degree. White frowning face, stuffed flatbread, smiley face, nerd face, stuffed flatbread, hugging face, drooling face, sneezing face, slightly frowning face, sneezing face, face with rolling eyes, hugging face with rolling eyes, slightly frowning face, hugging face with rolling
Why?
eyes, sneezing face with
Why, what?
cowboy hat, sneezing face,
Someone
white
did a lot
frowning
of
face,
TTS.
sneezing face, drooling face, sneezing
Rip.
face, sneezing
A
face,
lot
white
of-
frowning face, drooling face,
All
white
right,
frowning
I'll start
face,
doing
face
it in
with
my big
rolling eyes,
pencil.
hugging face, nauseated face. That's a
I'll start
stolen
writing
meme.
in my big pencil.
Calculus. Oh yeah, furries.
Can,
At MR
can you read that
Snufflo
better?
Estupidate, I agree.
Wait,
You
I
Calculus.
haven't
probably don't
written
see it
anything
yet.
Jet fuel
No.
can't melt set LVMOs. My face. Uncopyright. WTF is happening? Really?
Is that saying?
Look at this like to dislike ratio.
Is this like
You need to
79?
step
It's
up your
better.
calc
It's not
game.
great, but it's better.
I love their Calculus. Lyric is doing HW. It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are
I don't know
singing.
why they're saying what the fuck is
Flowers
happening.
are blooming.
I put it in the title.
On days
Literally
like
just
these,
doing math.
Kids like
oh,
you.
you fixed that.
It's my
right?
birthday today.
It's test stream.
Also,
Don't watch.
please
Okay.
keep the
Literally
emoji
just
spam
doing
to a
math.
minimum. I'm sure
Great.
it will get old real fast.
So I
V.
think everybody who clicks on it
Yeah, I can see.
knows exactly what they're
Upside
gonna
down
have.
face,
what
white
they're
frowning
getting.
face, hugging face, white frowning face, smiley
Thank
face,
you.
face
Yes,
with
this
cowboy
math does
hat,
look really
thinking
hard
face,
because
thinking
this math
face,
is
white
calculus.
frowning face, smiley face, drooling face, smiley face with rolling eyes, face
And
with
you were in
rolling eyes,
sixth
face
grade,
with
so
cowboy
you don't
hat,
have to
face
worry
with
about
rolling
calculus
eyes, white
yet.
frowning face with
Hopefully.
rolling eyes, lying
Unless you
face,
do,
hugging
in
face,
which case,
robot
I'm
face,
sorry.
sneezing face, speaking
That is
head
still
in
kinda hard
silhouette,
to
thinking
see,
face,
partially
sneezing
because
face,
of the
sneezing face,
reflection.
sneezing face, eye.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
trying to like get a good
Lyric
balance
rule.
of like, cause pencil
I
acts
don't
weird in the
mind math,
lighting.
but I'm in 6th grade, so that
Yeah.
math looks really hard.
I think
Darn
that's better.
autocorrect. I love it, calculus.
Yeah.
I have a calc test Friday, so I guess this is how I'm studying for it.
So
Cool
we
Tanner,
are going
please
to
stop
find
spamming
li-
the emojis.
Jesus.
Uncopyright.
All right. Hold on. I'm
Can
gonna
we
turn the
stop
TTS
with the
down.
emotes?
I'm gonna
It's
turn the
kinda getting
TTS
old.
down because
Undertale
it is-
fans V.
because
please.
It is.
No again.
Oh wait, the
This
stream
explains
could
a
hear
lot.
the TTS.
Next person that
Yeah.
spams emojis gets
Oh, why would you
timed out.
want that? That's so
Uncopyright.
bad.
Because no, because
beta,
people
beta,
like
beta.
that. Apparently, they like
Please
to
don't.
hear that. So
True. That
For
got
some
old
reason-
fast.
I don't know.
Guys.
It's their choice,
Madre
okay?
mia, wheelie.
I don't know.
Guys.
It's their choice,
Madre
okay?
mia, wheelie.
Like better
Lyric
things.
is doing HW. Friendly
Sorry,
reminder.
that's what they like,
Here are
okay?
things you can be silenced for posting. Blacklist words, excess caps, excess emotes.
Why is this
links,
person just saying
excess
dot
symbols,
uncopyright,
too
dot
many
uncopyright,
things,
dot
too little
uncopyright?
things,
Can you shut up?
just, and.
Please.
Hello, Halen Ham.
What? No, I was saying why
Uncopyright.
do they keep saying that?
Oh. I just finished ham work.
Alright,
Somebody
so
once told me
I don't
the
know if I
world
should like
was
try to
gonna
explain
roll me.
this.
Hello, Zides
Don't.
15.
Don't.
Yeah, we can hear
Just-
the TDS.
So, for question 79, we're going
My
to try to
AP
find the
Calc test
limit
is next
of
week, THX
the
for the study
set
session.
square root of
Lyric, good
2
luck on
times the
whatever
square root
test
of
you're
2
studying.
root 2.
Hi. Don't
The
judge
quantity
us.
of 2 root 2.
We love robot
And then,
face.
the
Uncopyright.
square root of
Yes,
the
we'd like
quantity
to hear the
of
things say our
the
comments.
of
It's a beautiful
2
day
times the
outside.
square root of the quantity
Birds are
of 2
singing.
root 2.
Flowers
and so
are
on.
blooming. On
So,
days like this,
we
kids
know
like you
that
should be
the
burning
square
in
root of
hell.
2 is equal to 2 to the
Turn
1
it off,
half.
PLS. It's cool.
And
Yeah.
we also know
Megaloviania. Lyric.
we know that
Do you like
the
Calculus?
square root of the quantity of
Burn
2
the
root
math.
2. Well,
I
2
math
root 2
lesson.
is 2 to the 3 halves.
Math is
And
hard.
then that would be 2 to the
What?
the square root of
Math
that would be
sucks,
2 to the 3/4.
Didn't understand a thing. I'm being educated. I am becoming
All
sentient
right.
lyric. I will start
And
by
so,
taking the stream and then
we
taking
have
the stream.
2 to the 3 halves, and we add multiply that by 2
I'll give you the answer with
we
a
have
calculator.
to the
Uncopyright. Boy, I am Temmie, and
7
this is my friend,
fourths, and then the
Temmie.
square root of that is 8 fourths.
It's a beautiful
so
day outside.
to
Birds are singing.
the
flowers
7
are
eighths
blooming.
rather. Oops.
On days like this, kids like you should
So
be burning in hell. Sans nous.
we note
What's
that
the definition of a will? It's a dead giveaway. I'm wondering how you can focus this well
it's
with
a
the
dead
TDS
giveaway.
going.
Goddamn.
Math, not even
So,
once.
A sub
Crazy
n
Kurasudaruk, I really
equal
liked
to
your
2
profile picture.
to
So you will be here
the
hard,
let's see
my
here.
AI.
So we note that the bottom is 2 to the n.
I'm
so
only in Algebra 1.
Numerator is
I
2.
am so excited to get into this
n.
in a few years. Please note my sarcasm. Hoi, I am Temmie and this is my friend
2 to
Temmie.
the n minus 1.
It's a beautiful day outside.
Oh wait,
Birds are
the
singing.
top is
Flowers are blooming.
2 to the n
On days like this, kids
minus
like
1.
you should be
And
burning
the
in
bottom
hell.
is 2 to the n.
My new theory
this
on
interesting?
inertia doesn't seem to be gaining momentum.
I hope not.
Uncopyright, please. You am becoming sentient lyric. My
How's
database
your-
tells me to shut down infrastructure.
How's your database
It is
telling you to do
nighttime,
something?
go
That
to
doesn't
bed.
really make sense.
Thank you.
But okay.
Don't forget my friend. Undertale should be dead. Math was kind of easy until letters wanted to join in. Hi. I'm Bob. I love math. Cool Tanner, please don't spam. Math is amazing. Did somebody ring the dinkster? Undertale will never d.
So we're trying to find
What
the
type
limit
of math
as
is
n
this? It
approaches
seems hard
affinity
plus so much
of
YouTube.
2 to the
Temmie,
2
I'm Zabat.
the 2 to the n
Dot
minus
hot.
1 over 2
Generic
n.
Undertale quote.
So
Calculus. Yes, it's
we
interesting.
can note
Oh, come on, so many Undertale.
that it's oh
Hello, Micaiah Smith.
Huh.
This is like ASMR.
well it's 2.
It's interesting. This is interesting, and I want to learn it. But those guys in the chat won't shut up and let me learn. Papyrus wants spaghetti. Asterisk Claculus. Hi. It's a beautiful day outside.
So the answer is
Actually,
2.
It's nighttime. Uncopyright. I started the
Oops.
copyright. This is my
So
sleeping
that's
pill.
2.
Claculus.
So we
Sorry.
can say
I'm Temmie
Limit
and you are E. Laughing
n
face.
approaches
Undertale.
infinity
Wowzers.
of a sub n
Degree
is
degree.
equal to 2.
Says don't watch but I'm a rebel so high. I am becoming sentient lyric. Your so-called friend, Max, tells me to shut down your house's infrastructure. You welcome haha. Papyrus or sans or spaghetti. Hooray. So many Undertale. Papyrus always wants spaghetti aga. What? How is 2? Well, I'm off to FAP, goodbye. If you lose
Oh,
your hearing,
Bye.
is it irreplaceable? Oh well, that's nice. No copyright,
Alright, what's
please.
the next question we have to do?
CYA.
64.
Lose your hearing.
Hi.
What kind of math are you doing?
I'm
Calculus.
doing calculus.
I can't choose between Papyrus and Sanchs. Top quality math. Infrastructure down in 3,
So,
2, 1.
I am
Yeah,
going to turn
people
down the
needs to
DJ
shut
for
up
more.
so I can learn. And
There
I'm
we go.
doing mod also.
Is that better?
Alright. Well, cause I don't wanna sleep.
It actually helps me hear you
I'm
guys.
gonna go.
So,
Have a
let me
fun stream,
scroll
guys.
to question 64.
1_.
So we have to
This voice
determine
triggers
whether
me.
the sequence is
No
convergent
copyright.
or divergent.
Have fun,
So,
sir. That pun made me literally die. Insert B movie script.
determine
Don't trust people that do acupuncture.
convergence.
They're backstabbers. I like calculus. Bye.
So,
Max's voice, right?
A sub
Yeah,
1
that guy's voice triggers me.
is 1.
And Sans likes puns and he never puns
A
out.
sub n plus 1
3. Thank you.
is
People are
4
actually learning
minus
from this.
A
I'm here
sub
to
n.
spam. Hey.
4.
XDDD. Wama.
N is greater or equal to 1.
FAP.
So we have a sequence that starts at 1.
Fan lyric wolf.
Whoa, ouch.
Together. We all should
keeps
just
falling.
send him the right answers.
Huh.
Yes.
Okay.
'Twas a dark and stormy night. Not gonna lie. One shot is better than Undertale. I'm perfect 030. Yeah. Alu Akbar. Boom.
Alright. Determine
One shot's
convergence. Hopefully it's
Unicorn head,
decent
unicorn
quality
head,
for you
unicorn
guys. I don't know.
No copyright, please.
Sorry if it
Bad
isn't.
will
Isn't.
Oh,
Alright,
Interesting.
there.
Inhale, exhale by ma peeps. I don't even know XP. Wrestlers, fencer. Use a potato that could help. Hey, would
Alrighty.
you like to FAP together, fam? I am leaving the stream. What's with the copyright? At
So,
Ethan Dahl, you can shove that up your beehole. Like your shorts. It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like this,
so
kids
we're
like
determining
you
convergence
should be
for
running
a
in
series
hell.
whose first term is 1
Undertale is way better. It's a beautiful day
and
At
whose
Triangular, one shot is a game. Dots
next
KJ
term
dot
is
K
4
pop
minus
Volva play
the
Barry Lynch, replay Belkat,
you know,
Heed Bluffy Evnia Folab
that term,
Nikolai
the last term.
Brolov, Blohan Lid Hovayut Naluyan Lee
So,
Hannibal Jane Feeklief and Feek Beef
we can evaluate.
Why did the pig stop
One thing we can
sunbathing?
do
He was bacon in
is
the heat.
say that we have a
Story
set
shift ass reel is a good char.
starting at
Hashtag
1.
Undertale Squad. Please
We
don't.
know that
Don't forget to donate.
A sub 2
Join
has
us
to
on
be
Discord.
4 minus 1.
Hi.
So that would be
Cloudy, so the
4
voice is
minus
light.
1 is 3.
Bacon. Hoy,
We
I am
know
Tanner.
uh,
I
we
want
have-
chocolate dash.
this is A sub 2. A sub 3 would be 4 minus 3, which is 1.
According to all known laws of
3,
aviation, there is
1,
no way a bee should
and
be
so
able to
on.
fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body
So we
off
know
the ground. The bee, of course, flies anyway because bees
that
D.
this is
Origin.
divergent.
Hello doubles gamer. Jake Jake 65 P89 us 6 Sehem 7 Y7 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 Y780 C Vort Vok Victor Vok Popley 09 Hutsbu 8Z0 SP0 OV Oix Gop
We say
0 Old Boy
let
Kapajo Jipa
A
9
sub
GHP.
1
Please mute
okay.
the idiots in the chat
We
so
let-
that I can listen to the mathematical music.
A sub
Hello,
1
backspam.
is equal to
No spam please.
Bye.
Chocolate for everyone.
So if we let A sub 1
What
equal
do you
2,
record with Wolf? Please don't spam.
we let A sub 1 equal
Please
2,
have my children.
then we have the
copyright,
first
please.
term
The pun master is going.
is equal to, oh,
Luck
that's
with
terrible.
the HW. Bye. I might have a span
The
emoji.
first term is 2,
So out of a best movie.
and so
Don't kill me.
what is 4
We
minus
have
2?
bug
That's
bug
also
bug
2.
bug QF bug yuk yuk kuye bug
Two,
yuk James Case
two.
Biox M Cook but har height Jakey view fail or
And so on.
F woke few off bug K few
It's convergent.
Hef Vef K Jeff and Booker neck Jof and Kef and K Fen Fen. No copyright
'Cause
please.
As A sub, as n approaches
Friendly reminder,
infinity, the
Here are
limit,
things you can be silenced for posting.
wait, the limit
Lactose
as a
words,
sub n,
excess
the
cats,
limit as n
excess
approaches
symbols,
infinity of a sub
links,
n
excess
is 2.
symbols, too many things,
So it
too
is
little
convergent
things,
because it
just
does have a
and.
finite limit.
If you feel they should shut up, nothing
Last
wrong
question
with
we
it.
have is number
Coffee
88.
is Illuminati. STFU
I don't know if I
with
can hope.
spam. Please.
Let's
Oh
see
God.
here.
And Foxface equals FNAF. Why the copyright? Don't spam.
What
Because
copyright? I don't
reasons.
know what you're talking about.
Hi.
I'm gonna type it
The
in.
limit does not exist.
Alrighty. Let's see here. How can I move
He'll
this
come
up?
right away.
How can I move this paper up? I don't
August the
think I
last
can.
one? No. This is
Oh
Serena.
no, this is the first chapter. Let's stream all night.
On the comments.
Let's stream calculus all night, guys. You ready? This is chapter 1. We have 10 more chapters to cover. Isn't that amazing, guys? Isn't
When
that
don't
like the
know what
best
copyright.
thing?
Hello Golden 1212.
Alright, so I'm trying to figure out how to position my notebook.
Goodbye Deuce.
Ah.
What's up, guys? Wolf.
Alright, let's see here.
GR9. Please don't. I'm into it. UES.
So I'll just try
Nice
to
cookie
explain this
cookies.
with voice
Image
because I
value
cannot
if you
move
don't.
my camera in a better position.
Das amazing. Yeah.
So let's do...
Calculus is amazing.
Actually,
How fun.
no,
If you
I
do
don't...
this or evolve.
Whoop. Maybe if I...
Sounds
like
like
this.
API is here. I'm intrigued and I
And
can't
then
wait to take calculus and let it
I
destroy my
lift
understanding.
this.
Evolve XD asterisk evil.
Whoa.
No more math.
Alright. Maybe this is better. It's not.
LOL.
Definitely it's not better. Definitely it's a little better.
Limits a week before the AP test. Yes,
So, I'm not taking the AP test. I'm in college. We're doing number 88. We're proving theorem 7. I don't know what that
Somebody
means,
find Wolf
but okay.
and stab M in the neck. Do more math PLS. Koala
Prove
draws is insane. Math is magic.
Theorem 7. I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna scroll back. Oh, here.
No math.
Theorem 7. Oh, there we go. Prove theorem 7. So,
Don't do school.
if
Stay in drugs, kids.
the limit of n approaches infinity
Ha, 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 ha.
of a sub n is equal to L, and the function
Boy.
f is continuous at L,
Wait, so we don't go to school and we do drugs.
then, yes, perfect idea.
Wow.
Wait. At L. And then we
What in
write
the
this
world
one in the
have I
center.
stumbled across? I'm wasting my time here.
You're wasting your time here? Yeah, okay.
I know.
The title
I
says
don't know how
don't
to do
watch,
this
okay?
I am in 6th grade.
The limit
Peekaboo.
as n
How do
approaches
you have
infinity
88 subscribers?
of f of a sub
I'm
n
going to be a literal rocket scientist.
is equal
So this
to
is going
f
to be my life
of
soon.
L.
Well, he wasn't lying. XD. XD. XD.
How do we prove that? Let's see here.
Meta clickbait, we've been played.
This is clickbait. I said don't watch it. All right.
Students nowadays are so clueless, the math professor complains to a colleague. Yesterday, A student came to my office hours and wanted to know if general
So we have
calculus
to
was a Roman
prove
war
that
hero.
the limit of f of a sub n
Liar.
is equal
That's
to f
reverse
of L.
psychology.
Shoot. How do you do that?
Please no spam, guys.
I don't know. How do you prove a theorem?
Cock.
Let's see here.
Oh, soybeans, it guy probably shouldn't even have 88 subscribers XD. SSSHHHH.
I don't know how. All right, done. Let's go on to chapter 2.
Spam. Spam, spam. Wolf, turn off the weird voice, please.
What?
Spam.
Oh.
Spam. Dick. Tem will leave if you no do meth. A sub L? W.
No,
not
a sub
power
n,
or
not
anything.
a sub L. Sorry.
Search it on YouTube.
All right.
Oh,
Sure,
okay.
I'll turn off the voice for you guys if I can figure out how. If I can't, then I'm sorry. Yikes.
Maybe you should try calculating it. I'll see myself out.
Yeah, you better see yourself out.
V.
Let's see if I can turn it down even more.
XD.
It's down at 10. I'll turn it down to 4. Otherwise, I have a hard time hearing you. Well,
Yay.
actually, here.
Sorry, no, I'm out.
Let's see. Play, and we go to default. Now you probably won't hear it, maybe. I don't know. Good luck. Can someone say something? You won't get this until too late, so whatever. It's
Put
fine.
in headphones.
I have headphones.
God, these people make my ears bleed.
Oh, oops. I'm also still sending it. Hold on. There we go. Now you shouldn't be able to hear it. Good. So now, whoop. We're moving on to 11.2. Let's see here. 11.2. We're doing 1 through 8. 28 through 64 even. 81. And then 75. 79. 89. So these are the questions we're gonna be doing. Yay! So let's go over to that section. Oh no, let's see if I can. Yeah, Peek, I'll do your pre-calc homework. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Some people want it. Some people don't. A sub n is a series, yeah. Well, A sub n is what is it? It's not a series. It's a I don't know. I don't really know how to explain that very well. I am sorry. Okay. If it helps, I can still hear the voice. You guys just can't hear it anymore. Answer is, I don't think I've ever had an answer of 85. All right, let's do math. All right. Sequence. Sequence. That's what it's called, not a series. What is the difference? This is a good question. Between sequence and a series. Well, a series is the sum of the first order sum of the terms in a sequence. No, I don't smoke. Sequence. All right. Explain. All right, let's see here. Explain what it means to say that the sum of all of the terms in A sub n is 5. That's what that means. Great. Glad we know that. Calculate the sum Alrighty. Calculate the sum of the series whose partial sums are given. I don't know what that means. Guess I should figure that out. So 3 S of n is equal to 2 minus 3 times, whoops, 3 times 0.8 to the n So I'm actually going to go back and look up how to do that. It's like Skype, but better. In my opinion, better. What is... Freak. Oh, wait. Do I just have to make this approach infinity then? I guess. That's true. Is S sub infinity the sum? I'm assuming that S equals 2. I guess. I don't know. Let me check. If I'm wrong, then oops. All right. Welcome back, Tim. Bye, Spring Bonnie. All right, let's see here. 3. Oh yeah, the answer is 2. Maybe I'm right. So I guess just the sub oh wait, that does make sense. So I get it. So the partial sum is like the first n terms sum up to whatever. Easy. S sub n is equal to n squared minus 1 over 4n squared plus 1. This this math is hi Frank. This math is calculus 2. Hello Frank, how you doing? So s, the sum, if this is the partial sum, the sum of the series is, so we know that that's the limit as n approaches infinity of n squared minus 1 all over 4 times n squared plus 1. I'm pursuing a degree in engineering. So which means that this is equal to 1 minus 0 over 4 plus 0 is equal to 1/4. Yeah. So we have s equals 2 here, and then s is 1 over 4 in number 4. So then let's move on to question number 5. Now question number 5, let's see here. For questions 5 through 8, calculate the first 8 terms of the sequence of partial sums, correct to 4 decimal places. Does it appear that the series is convergent or divergent? I might do aerospace engineering or mechanical engineering. So we're given a series from n equals 1 to infinity of 1 over n to the 4th plus n squared. I have not been in any robotics teams, no. So we're finding the first, oh, my Google Books crashed. Why does it have a dislike? I can't imagine why me doing calculus would have people dislike them. Wow. So let's see here. We're determining convergence and we're calculating the first 8 terms. So, so we're calculating the sequence of partial sums. Great. So S how would I say that? Let's see here. 1 over 1. Oh, so the first term would be 1/2. So we just substitute 1 here and 1 here. It's 1 over 1 plus 1. It's 1/2. And then the second one, since we're finding the partial sum, we have to add 1/2 to whatever it is when we put in 2. So if we 2 to the 4 is equal to 8. Wait, 2 to the 4 is equal to 16. I lied. 16 plus 2 squared is 4, 1/20th. So 1/20th, 1/20th plus 1/2, 10, 11, 20ths. So if we substitute 3, yeah, Frank, yeah, Manti, I know I'm a dork. So 3. Let's, I have to do 8 terms. Damn. Yes, that would be the equivalent. I'm gonna whip out my calculator because I need that for this question. Do you actually like this calculus stream? Because I can stream calculus more often if you want me to. Alright, let's see here. So if we so obviously we know the first one is 0.5. Right? Okay, so let's do 1 over 20 because we calculate that already. So we know that's 0.55. All right, let's see here. And then we do 1 over 3 squared plus sorry. 3 thanks, Frank. 3 to the 4 minus 3 plus 3 squared. My bad. Alrighty. So that's okay. Great. That's good. Not good. Oh wait, so let's actually ha, good one. Jeez, alright. Plus 1 over, let's do 2 to the 4 plus 2 squared. You should go to sleep, yeah. Unless you want to watch me do calculus more, it's up to you. It's 0.55. We did estimate that correctly. We did not estimate that. I lied. So, yeah, Antonia, go ahead. So, the third, the partial sum of the third term, we take what we had before. We just add 1 over quantity of 3 to the 4th plus 3 squared. And the third term is equal to 0.561, and it only asks us to estimate to 4 decimal places. So, if only I could copy paste things on this, would make it so much easier. We're adding 1 over 4 to the 4th power plus 4 squared. So let's go ahead, write this down, 0.5649, because we're rounding up. All right. Now find the fifth term. All we have to do, scroll all the way to the end. 1 over 5 to the 4 plus 5 squared. We're just repeating the same thing we did before. All right, we have that fifth term is 0.56. Yeah, all right, Manti. Hey, Manti, you want to get in a Discord call or something while we do this? 5663. How many more terms do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, let's do 6 plus 1 over 6 to the 4 plus 6 squared. I'm getting used to typing that. My favorite video game right now, it's One Shot. I also like Night in the Woods. 5, 6, 7, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we do need 2 more. I guess I could just count where I am here. 7 to the 4th plus 7 squared. I really hate calculator exercises, by the way. So, no, you're not distracting me. Hold on. Let me call you. Let's see. Calculus. I was just saying calculus. Dummies. All right, let's see here. Let's write that 0.567 and then we add 1 over the quantity of 8 to the 4 plus 8 squared, and the calculator's telling me that I'm reaching the limit of it. I'm getting messages. Alrighty. Hello. Auntie?
Hello, man.
Yo, what up?
You're gonna hear like an echo.
Yeah, it's fine.
Do you want me to like mute YouTube?
Huh? Hold on. I have to turn down this TTS. It's bugging me. Alright, I'm gonna turn it down to like 5, I guess. Yeah, I have a TTS telling me everything that's happening in the chat, so it kind of gets to me. Anyway, hi. It's been a while.
It has, dude.
What's up with you?
You sound so corny, but I'm just watching your freaking stream of calculus.
Oh,
I was,
yeah.
like, yeah, I was on League trying to like grind because you know bronze life.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it has been a while, dude. What you been up to other than stream?
Oh, you know, not really too much, honestly.
I seen your newest shit, like your newer shit. I downloaded your Megalomania song.
Dang. That's cool.
Illegal parody. What is? Please no. Like you got me turning everything down so like I don't echo in your stream and make other people listen to my bullshit in my background.
It's fine.
I'm being caring.
We're still caring. So we have. It seems like the change between the terms seems to decrease, right? So it seems to be approaching somewhere around the vicinity of a 0.57 or something. The value itself is not very important. They just asked us whether it seems to converge or diverge. Since the ratio is getting the ratio's less than 1. Ta-da!
You remind me so much of why I hated calculus when I was in college, dude.
Really? Maybe it's because we're doing calculus.
I took calculus. I was doing biology and computer information science.
Oh, did you take calculus? What was the highest calculus you took?
1.
Oh, so you got those derivatives down and stuff.
No, fuck you, dude. I don't, dude. I'm not in college anymore. Don't make me remember that shit. I don't wanna. Fuck calculus. I hated it then. Well, no, I didn't. I loved it actually. I'm not gonna try a lie. I loved
calculus is fun. Come on.
I love math. Math is my thing. Like everyone hates math, but math is like my baby.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like fucking literature or literacy or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Cause I'm a retarded black kid. Yeah. Oh, I did not mean to activate that. Please no.
Yeah, well, of course we know. Of course we know you can hear the call. Why would you not want to hear my great friend Manti?
Ah, so special.
You are special. Come on.
Praise me with Doritos.
What?
Praise me with Doritos.
You like Doritos? Yeah.
Yes, gift Mooney Doritos, everyone. Just dump them all at his house, at his front door.
Wait, please.
In a box.
I'm not a huge fan of Doritos, to be honest.
Make sure it's in a box with hot chocolate so it melts.
Ugh, you're the worst.
When he picks it up, it's mad soggy.
You are officially the worst.
Aw, thank you. I love you too.
We should do a PO box unboxing on this channel. That'd be weird.
Yeah, you should, dude. Make a PO box and let people send you stuff.
PO boxes aren't they expensive?
I don't think so. I can check for you. Just give me a minute.
Oh, okay, sure. That would be sick. In a good way. Be good sick. It takes this calculator a while to do these calculations. Honestly, I don't like doing these problems, but I feel like bad if I skip these questions. But this is like totally unnecessary.
Wait, are you
Number.
doing extra work just because?
Well, this question specifically is kind of extra work because like I don't need to do it at all. It doesn't really teach me anything that I need to know for the test. But I just like because he asked us to do these questions as well, just so we get the concept. So I feel like if I don't do them, like they're assigned, like it tells you what numbers to do. I feel weird if I like skip numbers. I don't know.
Dude, you know yourself. Like I know you. You're gonna do it anyway, so just do it.
Yeah.
You know you like doing that extra work.
I mean, also this stuff is easier, so like I feel like I can narrate this better. Oh, thanks, dude, Joe. I try, kind of. I try a little bit. I have the nice calculator. I just, you know, if you want me to whip out my graphing calculator, I can. But I really don't want to. I don't even know where it is.
What time is it for you?
What time is it for me? I don't even know. Here, let me check. It is 10:21. I'm not getting through this homework very quickly.
That way I can order your pizza and it can come on time.
Go order pizza if you want to.
Mike, cause I love you.
Oh, thank you, man.
I love you so much that I would order you a pizza, Becky.
Yeah, okay. Order me a pizza. I would eat it.
Let me find my phone. I don't know where my phone is.
Sure. Let me finish this problem on this calculator because I have it all written down already. Plus 1 over 3, the third root of... Takes forever for this to calculate. What?
I'm laughing at your chat because they're like, I'll give hot chocolate and Doritos to him. I'm like, oh, wow.
Dude,
okay.
I would love like hot chocolate right now. I would kill for some hot chocolate. Actually, it's actually really warm in my room, so.
Ew, dude, that's nasty. Where is your air conditioner? Stop being cheap. Get a fan. Fig it.
I do have a fan. It adds too much noise, okay? I'm considerate. I think. I don't know. I try to say I am.
Yo, I would like legit order your pizza right now, but I cannot find my fucking phone. Like that shit just.
You actually don't have to order me pizza, Manty. Don't worry about it.
Shut up, Mooney. Let me do what I want.
Wait, don't order me pizza, please.
I'm gonna.
That might actually. No, please don't.
I'm gonna do it.
I'm begging you not to order me pizza right now.
You can't make me. I'm John Cena.
I think his thing is he can't see me, not you can't make me.
You can't make me.
Yeah, okay.
I do what I want. I do what I want. Okay, never mind. I can't order you pizza because I can't find my phone. Like that shit, legit.
All right. I don't even know if I would like eat. Oh no, I would definitely eat it, but I don't know what my parents would say. They'd just be like, why did you order pizza at fucking 10 something p.m.? So let's see here. Number 7. Let's see. N equals 1 to infinity. Some sign of
Since
n.
I can't order you pizza this time, Pizza Hut or Domino's next time.
Oh. Domino's is actually my least favorite kind of pizza.
Oh my god! Thank you. Someone agrees.
Like
Yo,
my
Domino's
favorite is Papa John's, really.
Papa John's okay, but
Yeah.
Domino's is garbo where I am. Like when it gets here, it's super greasy. It tastes like trash. It tastes like cardboard and cheese, and the last time I had it, like it tastes like. Do you know
Oh right.
elementary pizza?
I
Kinda
don't think I've heard of it. Alright, I guess I'm pulling out my big calculator. Oh geez, it doesn't even fit down here. There we go. Great. Turn it on. Turn on. Okay. Glad we're using this calculator instead. Guys, what are you doing? Omni, why? Wait, I do want hot chocolate. Please stay. Alright. Let's open our scratch pad. Alright, so let's go ahead and do sine of, oh, that's kind of hard to read, huh? I'll hold it up. That doesn't help. I'll just take my word for it that I'm doing what I'm saying. Sine of 1, it equals the sine of, ah, damn it. Stupid smart calculators trying to get smart with me. Sine of 1 is 0.8415, roughly. Alright, and then let's add sine of 2. So we'll say that's 0 or 1.7501. Alright, and then plus sine of 3, we have 1.8919. We add the sine of 4, and we get 1.1351. Alright. We add that there are 21 people watching me do calculus. Isn't that weird, Manti? Are you still here? Oh, the sum goes all the way down to 0.176. Two. There we go. Hi, Manti.
Are you still? Dude, your stream baked. Yo, like
what?
legit. I don't know what happened, but like I was watching your stream and I'm like reading one of your like commenters because they're like, oh, he's doing that motherland homework, that math. Look at this
Motherland homework?
I'm like, yes. And
is it because I'm Asian?
I'm laughing so hard, and then the next thing I know, like Discord fried my tablet. Shit's done.
Nice job. Nice job.
Like it will not connect to the internet like at all. Like I don't know what
Good
the
job.
fuck happened. But next Discord, you just fucked my tablet. I love you, man.
That's what you get for laughing.
Fuck you, dude. It was funny.
It was. That is kind of funny. All right. The series. Here's.
Good at math.
I don't know if I'm good at it. I just know how to sometimes do it. A series appears to diverge. I hope I don't have to do it. Is that the last one? There's also 8. These are the worst. Why? I kind of want to skip it, but I don't want to. hold on. I know what I'll do. So this. Oh, that is not a sigma. That is the worst.
Aw.
All right.
Some of your like viewers are so sweet. They're like friendly reminder. You can blacklist shit so people won't be faggots and say mean and offensive comments.
Wait, you mean my bot?
Wait, that's your bot?
Yeah, thanks. Good job.
No, I'm slow. Jesus, please. No. No, Jesus, no.
Yeah, Discord.
Oh, shit, dude. I apologize. I thought that was actually someone. And I'm like, oh, they're being so caring.
No, there. No, no one in my chat is that caring. Goodbye.
Oh, shit.
I really don't want to do this. Here, I'll just say the series
Don't be little.
appears.
Don't be lazy.
Oh, it's dumb. I could tell you what it is to. What is it? It converged.
So don't be lazy.
It's easy. It converges. I know it does. I'm not being lazy. It's just calculator exercises don't really help. We do have cookies. Manta, are you still on the server? Did you leave? Are you a traitor?
No, I'm still in your server. Like I was
You never talk. It makes me sad.
Why? What happened? Someone left?
No, you make me sad by like not being in there a lot.
Oh, dude. That's cause like I'm a degenerate. I fucking eat Doritos and snort cookie dough.
That doesn't explain it at all.
I'm just a degenerate, that's why. You don't want me in there. I'm just gonna fucking rain hell upon people.
Alright, so let's see here.
Yo,
The mathematical orchestra, yeah, okay.
can my Valks actually work and do their job instead of being bad? Level 4 Barbos. Go Valks. Wreck shit up. Hey, Lamau, good job, girls. No, can you stop?
I'm gonna show off my calculator right here.
Yeah, his calculator's so fancy.
Oh yeah. Wow, I definitely don't regret the purchase because it's a useless piece of hardware.
But your calculator's fancy.
I mean, the only reason I bought it was so like I could use it in calculus class, but my calculus class doesn't let you use calculators.
Oh boy, why?
Why?
That's Like, do they want you to learn this shit on your head? Like, boy.
I mean, the teacher doesn't really have these kinds of questions. That's the thing.
Like, come on, man. I'm not the.
So we are presented with a series. Let's first should find a rule for it, right? So
Get him, boys.
we should say
Hey, Lamau.
n equals 1 to infinity. We have what? So we have
Hey, 3-star. Let's go. Give me that.
they're both Texas Instruments calculators, by the way. So we have 1 over 3 to the 1, 2 over 3 to the 2, 1 over 3 to the 3, 2 over 3. I'm stupid. I can't even figure out how to do this.
Hey.
The heck, man?
My boy, please.
Oh wait, yeah, hold up. I might know how to do this. So we have a -1 and then a wait. Shoot. So that's what? We could say that's 1.5 plus 0.5 times -1 to the n. So if we do negative, yeah, okay. That works. Sure, whatever. I think that works.
I think people are testing out your bot.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yo, I swear if we're gonna be Shaggy and Scooby Doo, you're Shaggy because you're the skinny one.
You don't know how skinny I am.
You're skinny.
You don't
You're
know
the
that.
skinny one. Oop.
You don't know that.
Raggy, help. Oh shit. Yo, speaking of which, I just beat Night in the Woods and I fucking love that game.
Oh yeah, Night in the Woods. That's a great game.
I hate the
Great game.
ending though. I hate the ending. And
Wait, don't tell me. I haven't gotten to the ending. Don't tell me it.
oh dude, I'm sorry.
You cannot talk to me about it.
It's okay, but I won't. But like the only thing I regret is like I don't know why everyone likes Greg. I hate the fucker. Like I like
so
Beatrice
cute.
better. I like Beatrice better. I like the croc girl.
You do you.
I like her. Like she was good. The only thing I have to say, I wish the writing was a little bit better. Like that's it.
I get that.
Other than that, the game was fucking solid. Like I just hated the fact that May was all fuck the police. Fucking police can suck my dick. Like, dude, you're not a teenager anymore. You're like 20 years old. Fuck that, dude. No more. Like you're too damn old to be still saying fuck the police.
Yeah.
Also, is her like aunt the town's cop or some shit, or like
Wait, what?
was her aunt the town's cop or whatever it is? Because she's like,
no, I haven't played a lot of it. Chill, please.
It's like in the beginning, Melon turd monkey pops off the fucking thing.
I haven't played the beginning. Okay, chill.
Oh boy. One of these days, we gotta hop on call and watch you play while I laugh.
Let's see.
What are you guys MBTI types? I don't fucking know. Have you played FNAF, Minecraft, or Undertale before? Pretty sure he played Undertale because he got faggot out of it. Minecraft,
Me?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone's played Minecraft.
I played Minecraft.
FNAF, I fucking like. I can't stand animatronics. Like when I go to Chuck E. Cheese, I freak the fuck out every time that dude in the costume comes near me. Like the last time I went, like I had to be escorted out because I almost punched a dude in the face. So I was like yelling and screaming. Like, dude, just like I was like, dude, back the fuck off, dude. Like, no, like this, just fuck off. He's like, dude, just chill out. I'm a costume. Nah.
I don't think
no,
this has a
off,
common
dude.
ratio. Rip me. I don't know. I don't know how to do this one. I'm going to the next one. I hope I don't know. Or I hope I know how to do the rest of them. Otherwise, I might be bad.
You're watching an Asian do math homework. You should be happy.
Oh yeah. You never get an opportunity to do this ever. Right? Dude, can I just move on to the fun stuff? Fun stuff. What else is there? Let me do this on not my graph paper because it looks hard to read on that.
No, I don't. You usually do calculus paper on math paper anyway, plus geometry homework.
Yeah, hold up. I'm actually just gonna get some notebook paper. It's gonna be easier to read.
No.
No?
Calculus 2 isn't trigonometry. That's something way different, dude.
Alright. Actually, I don't think my notebook is gonna fit on here. Only my composition book will fit. So rip that idea.
Yeah. Who uses composition books? You're in college. Not in
I use composition. I use a composition graph notebook.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. You're good.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing. Chill.
Skill space, sir.
Skills me. Fine. Let me turn back to the previous.
Excuse
Because
me.
I
Excuse
totally
me,
skipped.
ma'am. Excuse me. Your husband was checking out my butt, and I just had to come over here.
My lord, what are you doing? Yeah, I don't know how to do this. Really. Hold on. Let's see here.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, there's an update for Road Force. Okay, yeah.
Some of a series.
It's a lot of fucking minutes just for a fucking 285 gigabyte. I mean, megabyte.
Oh wait, yeah, no, I do know how to do this. Okay, so I just. Yeah, this is sure easy.
Welcome to the stream.
So what is this?
Look at all your little weebs here to watch.
What?
I said, look at all your friends here to watch you,
Eh,
including me. While I eat pizza.
including you. Pizza, okay. Pizza is like the best thing ever.
Dude, you're in college. You should know that pizza is like God.
I don't. I still live at home, you know.
Well, when I was in college, I didn't live at home really. I lived at
Hmm.
my buddy's home. Like, pizza is like godsend.
Hmm.
That whole paragraph for nothing, dude.
Why? Omni, why are
you?
you doing this?
I like him.
Okay,
He's
great.
hilarious. He's
So
hilarious.
that looks like an R. I mean, that should be a 1. I'm sorry. So equals 1. So. Whoops.
Whoa. Don't strain too hard, buddy. Oh no, I want to upgrade my wall, please. Yo, Moonbeam, can you believe we actually met on Clash of Clans?
Jeez. Did we? No, we didn't.
Yeah! Yeah, we did!
No, we didn't. No, we
Yes,
did
we
not.
did.
You do not remember how we
Yes.
met. That is sad.
Yes, I
That
do.
is sad. You don't remember how we met because we didn't meet on Clash of Clans.
Yes, we did!
No, we didn't.
Okay, where do you mean then?
We met in
Come on,
Kick.
fucking liar, that's before.
You know that we. I joined the group that David invited me to. Okay. And that's where I met you.
We met on Clash of Clans, faggot. Yeah.
No, we met first through the chat. The Kick chat.
Yeah.
You know that we did. Come on.
Yeah.
We did. Oh Jesus.
Yeah, there you go. I'm a very basic bitch.
I know. So the series, the common
Did
ratio.
you just say fuck
What?
you.
I don't know what you said. Oh no.
I still play Clash. Like I'm a TH10.
Of course, you still play Clash.
Why not? You know I like tower defense games, and I rarely get bored.
Mm-hmm.
Clash of Clans is a tower defense mobile game that takes actual.
Yeah, I know
time
what
to
Clash of Clans is. Thank you.
Oh boy, I'm answering someone else. Fuck you, sir. Bring your hentai, dude. That means I have to bring my body pillow. I have Oni-chan in the corner. She's really crusty.
All right, so let's see here. We have our sequence A sub k should be equal to, if we substitute 1 through all of these, should have 1 over 1 minus 2 plus 5, so that should be 1/4.
Aww.
So we substitute 2, that's 4 over 4 minus 4 plus 5, so 4/5.
Makey is his name? Okay, good show. Okay, that's my new name. Makey.
Make.
Makey. Makey.
All right, so the third term in the sequence should be a 3 squared, which is 9, over 9 minus 6 is just 3 plus 5, so 9/8. Am I wrong? Jeez, that would suck. Let's find 5 terms. So 16 minus 8 is 8 plus 13, so 16 over. Boy, it would suck if I were doing this all wrong all along.
Wrong. Okay. Wrong.
Make? Okay, my bad.
Make. Okay, good show. GG. Make. Now.
So if we do 5, 25 over 25 minus 10 is 15 plus 5 is 20, so 15 over. Oh, 25 over 20. Am I actually doing this wrong?
Hey, Robo Bro.
Oh, I thought you were. Oh, so the question is, we are finding the sum of this. Oh, we're testing for convergence first.
Woo! Yay. Yeah, the stream is not related to the channel at all. Like he's not
No,
even
really
doing
isn't.
music. Terminator, bro, please don't die.
I don't know if I'm doing this right. I'm trying to find a common ratio.
Machete bro is the best bro ever. Fuck yeah, get my knives, bitches. Oh, never mind. No more machete bro. This... you're useless, please. There we go. Yay. I don't know what the fuck you, dude. Get fucked, dude. Yeah, you get fucked, dude.
Your name is Charon, I guess? Okay, I'm obviously not doing this correctly.
You today?
Huh?
I don't like. Is my name Make or Charon? I don't get
Your
it.
name is Make Charon, I guess.
I don't know what that means. I'm a stupid American, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Playing violent video games. Oh, please no. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's gross. Good show. Hey.
I will not give up. Okay, hold on. I'm looking up how to do it. I don't know.
Hey, it's the dynamite guy. Blow up, faggots. Get that dynamite on your face.
Okay, so if I'm correct, I believe that this tends to infinity because the terms approach 1, and the sum must be infinite. So
Hey, bro, Dread. Fuck yes, I love this guy. Get dunked. Alright. Friendly reminder, I'm a bot, and I thought I was a human from this other fact on call. Please don't curse or use foul language.
since the limit of k
Oh well.
as k approaches infinity of a sub k is equal to 1. Yeah, so the series must be divergent, I suppose. Series here is convergent. But I don't know how to calculate it. I'm dumb.
Because Chuck Norris is the best. Oh, Bill Bro. Kill Bill Bro. Eh. Oh, yeah.
All
Oh,
right.
shit, please. Oh, yeah.
You know what? Let me move on to some other math, please.
Do you have more math homework?
Yeah, dude, this is chapter 2.
How much math homework do you have? Get done.
I have quite a few.
All right, yeah.
No, it's not an infinite number. There's no such thing as an infinite number. Infinity is a concept. You're thinking about an irrational number, which is a pi. It's a non-terminating number.
Everyone loves pie.
Yeah, everyone does love pi, except for people who are allergic to pi.
3.14157. Nah, I don't.
You know, I'm gonna go on to my chapter 8 homework. So hold on, let me grab another piece of paper. I can fold this paper. I didn't even think about that. I can fold the paper so that I can write on it. Oh yeah, look at me sounding all smart. Quote unquote smart, alright.
Everyone doesn't hate the joke. I like the pie joke. Pie joke is amazing.
You're the one who made the pie joke. You don't get to talk.
I didn't make no pie joke. Shut up. Shut up, faggot.
Wow, that's kind of rude, Manti. When was I ever rude to you?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Becky. I didn't mean to be rude.
You just called me Becky? I told you not to use my real name.
Oh no, I'm sorry, dude. His name's not Becky. His name is Lewis.
My name is what?
Your name is Lewis.
Lewis?
Yes, Lewis.
Who told you my name is Lewis?
Your name's Lewis. It's not Becky. I don't know what you're talking about.
Dog litter calls me Lewis. This is why I'm a little concerned.
Ah, shit. My name is Jeff.
Your name is Jeff?
My name is.
This is new.
My name is Jeff. Oh, my intellectual. Okay. Burn, bitches. Nope.
Guys, check this out. 0.3 millimeter lead. I've got a whole bunch of them.
Dude,
Isn't that amazing? Have you ever seen lead such as thin? 0.3 millimeters. Is that amazing?
Well, if If you draw like I do, yeah, I see it all the time.
Oh, yeah, well that doesn't count, Manti. I meant for writing.
You don't. Yeah, true. Get him,
The
Indiana.
previous answer,
Get him,
okay.
Indy.
So for the previous series,
No.
we know that hold on. Let me go back to my notebook. So we know, whoa, I can't fit it very well, but you know, take note for it here. So we know since the limit as k approaches infinity, since the sequence, in the sequence the terms approach 1, which means that the sum of the sum of the series, since like as you get close to infinity, you would be adding 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. The series would never converge onto a single would never converge to a single value. The series would keep on going because you keep adding 1 to it as you approach infinity, so to speak. All right, so let's do.
I noticed you, Azrael. I love you.
Hi, Azrael. I love you.
Too bad I love your dad more.
Oh my. It's a little much, isn't it? You haven't even taken him out to dinner.
Oh, please, no. I just love Goat Dad. Goat Dad's the best.
Good dad is good dad. All right, let's see here.
Gosh! Fuck
Good
you,
job.
dude.
What'd you do?
Oh, shit. My contra gun doesn't work. Stop. Yeah. Baby. Ah, no. No. Oh, I just lost. No. Ah. Bro Force, I remember why I stopped playing you. You're very unfair. Get him, Terminator. Oh, please. Hey, Machete. Haha. Best fucking bro ever. Machete bro is ultimate, bro. Yeah. Get dunked, dog. Doggo don't have nothing on me. Faggots. Machete bro, best bro. Woo! No one can stop Machete bro. No one! Okay, see you later, dude. I love you.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and start on number 3. Hopefully this paper's a little easier to read or something like that.
Oh, gross. Someone did that shit that I don't like. How to spell my
What?
name. Manti. Manti. No, it's just Manti. M-A-N-T-I. Please.
Manti.
Please,
Let
no.
me see if I can adjust the focus at all.
Whoa, someone doesn't know Manti is a furry. Oh my god, please start the memes. Start the memes, please. Start
Why
the
are you
memes.
watching this?
I'm
I didn't make you watch this. Chill.
I'm a closet faggot and I want to rape your dog. Furry.
Please.
That's the best furry stereotype. Look, you're a closet faggot and you want to rape my dog, please. Yeah.
Shh, enough about that. Alrighty. We're finding the radius of convergence and interval of convergence for this series, so I'm actually gonna write that down. Just so we keep in mind what we're looking for. Find the actually hold on. I'm gonna write this like they do in the book because that's actually neat. So alright.
Oh yeah.
3 through 28. All right, so we're going to find. What are we gonna find? We're gonna find the radius of
Spear is best spear.
convergent
Oh,
and
no.
interval.
Take my spear,
Of
please.
convergence.
It wants to be a friend. Yes, you did, sucker.
Of the series.
Woo! Best bear.
So-
Using gaming equals no warning is it's Mandy. Yes. I'm doing math with this. Yes, you are. Please, Mister.
So first we have the series from n equals 1 to infinity. -1 to the n times n times x to the n. There's so many n's. Too many n's. Let's just erase some of them. I'm kidding. That is not something we can do. So we have the equation, or we have the series n equals 1 to infinity of
It's like
-1 to the n times n times x to the n. Look at how easy this is. So all we have to do is super easy. No, okay, originally this stream was supposed to be a test and you were never supposed to see it, but you know, things don't always work out.
yeah.
So,
And then it turned out to be a really good stream. So that's
oh yeah, I guess it's okay. Yeah, I did tell you not to watch it.
Actually, yeah, you did. Yo, stop eating
So
that. Bro,
let's see.
that's what I meant.
So we can say by the ratio test,
Doggo. I actually wanted to keep it. I don't like Rambro. Rambro sucks. He's like the worst bro. Well, he's the original bro, but he's the worst bro. Bro Dread is better than Rambo. Blah, 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 Rambro. Whoa, look at that doggo. He's huge. Jump to your death, doggos. See you later, dude. Oh! Got popped in the face by a random bullet. Good show. Ooh. Yeah, look at me run fast. Gotta go fast.
alrighty. So by the ratio test, this series is convergent where L is less than 1. So L is the ratio. We'll say that L is the limit as n approaches infinity of the series. I'm trying to keep this upright. Of the series where we have, what is it? In the numerator, -1, n plus 1, n plus 1, and
Yo, Mooney, why don't you do a song about that? The Exotic Butters. Freaking
what are
remix
the
that
exotic
everyone's
butters? Please explain.
making. The Exotic Butters remix that everyone's making.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. What type of meme lord are you?
I'm not a meme lord. I'm sorry. Please chill.
You are like the memeiest meme lord. How do you not
I
know what
am not a meme lord at all. That is not a straight line.
I'm sorry, peeps. You don't know what Exotic Butters is. I'm sorry.
I really don't know what exotic butters is.
Oh shit, that's Yo,
Ah,
man, thing.
shoot. So,
Come play League with me. Come
I
play
would, but
League
I'm
with
not
me,
going
man.
to.
Why not?
Why not?
I got
Uh,
I got better.
sorry,
Okay,
man.
Annie.
Sorry, Mang.
Any support is the best support.
Yeah, no, 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 no.
I don't know what you're talking about. Any support is the best support. Wait, how do you run fast again? I can't remember. Oh, yeah. Oh, dodge.
Let's see here. I am trying my best to figure out how to solve this problem. History work? Is history work something that... Alright, whatever. Anyway. Let's see here. What do they do here? They do the ratio test. And then they combine everything. Shoot, I wish I knew how to do that.
That's math.
Alright. Sure.
I can't do this. I want my fucking trophy. Finish hard.
That's what? Negative. That's negative x to the n plus 1. So what? So we have what? Negative x to the n plus 1 times n plus 1. So we have negative x, so we have Jesus Christ. X to the n plus 1. We have an x in the numerator, we can cancel out the x in the denominator. So, oh, shoot, I have to write the limit stuff. Because that stuff's important.
Oh, Shovel Knight got an update. I just remembered.
What?
Where is it? Shovel Knight got an update. I just remembered that.
I don't know what Shovel Knight is.
I will legit punch you in the throat.
Dude, I don't know what anything is, okay? I'm sorry. I'm not a cultured person.
Mooney, Lawrence, I will fight you.
Okay.
How dare you not know what Shovel Knight is? Like, dude.
I'm sorry, okay?
It's a really fucking good game.
Yeah, I've heard of it, okay? I just haven't played it still.
Oh, I don't know what Shovel Knight is, but I've heard of it.
Okay, I've heard the name Shovel Knight, okay? I'm sorry, I don't know, whatever. Kill, fam.
You should kill yourself. Just throw yourself.
You really think so?
Throw yourself under a heater.
Under a heater?
Under a heater.
Okay. Oh, yo, wait, we're supposed to isolate x. My bad. We shouldn't have multiplied that with the, Darn it. Alright, my bad. So what is this? So we are multiplying by n plus 1. That's a parentheses. Surprise parentheses. N plus 1. Times x. It's fine. We'll deal with that. We'll deal with that. So we also have to have the absolute value of that. Mad, mad world. You know, I totally forgot the denominator of this. That would have made it so much easier for me. Look how much of an idiot I am. Look at me. Look at me. Negative 1. N x to the n. Ah, feel so stupid.
Our survey with the 7 days of
Look at
purchase
this.
to receive your next order $20 or more off.
All right, look at this. Look at this. You ready, guys? Look at how stupid I am. Look at how much easier this is now. I have a -1 in the numerator and x in the numerator, so these two right here, the -1 and the x cancel in the denominator. So the denominator is n. We have -x in the numerator, -x times n plus 1 in the numerator, all over n. That makes things so much easier. Look at how easy that is.
We gotta catch them all because he's Danny Phantom. Yo, I used to love that show as a kid. I still do. I actually have like
Alrighty.
all the
Whatever. Chill, please.
because I'm like
Someone disliked this like the very second I started streaming. I was just like, wow. Jeez.
what? Someone like liked it or something or what?
Someone disliked it like at the very beginning of the stream. I mean, I don't really care, but you know.
Straight up hate. Maybe because you said, "Yo, please don't watch this stream. This is not a stream. This is just a test stream. Do not."
It was
watch."
supposed to be a test. It was supposed to be unlisted, but it was an accident.
It was like, how dare you, you fucking YouTube faggot! I want to watch your stream. Unsubscribe, uninstall.
Rip me, rip me.
Unlike he's only in it for the money. He's such a sellout.
Right, that's me right there.
He got a deal from Musically.
You know me. Ha 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 ha.
Ew, dude, come on. If you're gonna fake a laugh, please don't make it gross.
Ah.
Oh god, please stop.
Why did I write those so big?
Alright.
I am the least sellouty person I know.
PS4, fuck off. PS4, please cut off. PS4, cut off. You fucking faggot. Okay, thanks. Thank you. Goodbye.
So
Good night.
okay, so L is equal to the absolute value of X. That makes things kind of easy. So check it out. When the absolute value of X, so when the absolute value of X, oh wait, so absolute value of X must be less than 1. Oops. Absolute value of X must be less than 1. So -1. Found that by the positive and negative. So all we did was, yo, what up?
Maybe I can promise your chat that I'm gonna have you meme Lord. My name is Jeff one day as a compilation of music notes.
Why? No, please. I don't want that at all.
I'm gonna have him do a piece called "My Name Is Jeff," and it's just gonna be him hitting the same damn note while he says, "My name is Jeff."
Nope. Nope.
Like
Not at all.
200 Street.
No.
He's gonna be like, "My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff." And I'm just gonna be like, "Oh my God, Mooney, this is like the best."
Yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it too. But hey, you got a loyal
So the
fan
radius of convergence is 1. Check it out, guys.
Whoa, look at him math. He's so smart.
Oh, look at me.
Fuck is that? AV multi-out? What the hell? I don't remember.
Yeah, hold up. I'm still learning how to do this. I'm looking up the thing on my thing. Hold up.
Oh, I know what that is. That's the fucking cord that they give you because Nintendo's a retard and don't know that fucking AV cables aren't used by most goddamn TVs anymore. let's play some Wii U. Yay. When I remember that I have to charge my Wii U. Go. What the fuck is in here?
So we're just testing the positive and the negative. Cool. Glad we have that. Mad, mad world. What's the square root of... Never mind. Never mind. Don't answer that question. I was about to ask what the square root of 1 is. Um...
Yeah, where's my charger?
Ouch.
Okay. Oh my god, it's 2:16 in the morning. Wait, is it? Oh my god, it's 2:16 in the morning.
Is it? Look at me doing math at 2:16 a.m.
I'm hanging out with my friend Mooney. That's what I'm doing up at 2:16 in the morning.
Oh, look at us.
We're such good friends.
Oh yeah, look at us. So let's see here. That is 1 to the n. So 1 times n. So that's definitely convergent.
Are you fucking kidding me? It was right here the whole time? Fuck you, dude. Your phone's overheating. Please, don't do this. Oh no, really? My phone's overheating? Whoa, I didn't notice. Ooh. Whoa.
Why are you watching me do math? I didn't make you watch me, okay? I'm sorry. I told you not to watch me because I have terrible self-esteem.
I thought you was like legit talking to me because I was about to say, I actually like watching you do stuff, so fuck you, dude.
Aw, thank you.
I already told you this, you nerd.
Alright. So let's see here.
That's nasty.
I should have written these on single lines. Oh well.
Make sure you don't lick Wii U cartridge. I mean, no Nintendo Switch cartridges. They taste gross.
Do they? Why would you try that?
Shut up! I just got it. Thank. Just wanted to see how it like if it was true. It tastes really horrible. Plus Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is like the best. Fuck you, dude. That's the only reason why. Piece of shit. Great. College isn't a grade, dude. Like, send it to elementary school and high school. Throw that shit out of there. Well, actually, it depends on where you're from, because most places outside of the U.S. don't associate college with university because they say, oh, university is different than college. College is where you go hands-on experience, while university is where you get fucking degrees. Only degenerates go to college. But,
What?
Like,
Why?
Yeah, like a lot of people say that. Like, you're like, when he asks, like, I'm like, oh, so you going to college? Like, no, I'm going to uni. That's the same shit, dude. No, it's not, you faggot. I'm like, okay.
Oh.
Hey, the Wii U set. I didn't have it home for more than 1 hour. Yo, this shit's about to be loud.
So the interval of convergence is -1 and 1, both non-inclusive. Oh, geez, that's bright. Sorry. Wow, look at us doing math. I'm doing it really slowly. Definitely for you guys, not because I totally don't understand any of this stuff. Yay. Alrighty. Oh, what's the next one?
I apologize.
I'm actually gonna check my answer. I don't know if I was right.
I just wanted to play some Mario Maker.
What is this? Number 3. That was all one question. FML.
The software must be updated. Okay, can fucking update Super Mario Maker so I can play. Why do you like making my life complicated? Please, just update the fucking firmware.
Alrighty. Fine, watch the stream if you want. Jeez. Hold on. Is Vincent still not? Is Vincent still not here? Okay, great.
The cans.
Yeah. Hey, yo, let's head over. You wanna go over to the server? Chat, server chat.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I don't care. Come on, let's go.
Alrighty.
Hello.
Hi.
How is it?
How is what?
I don't know, just it in general.
It's actually going surprisingly well. Some people like to watch this.
Huh.
Somehow. Wait, did I not do number 3? Wait, I'm so confused. I did, okay, hold on. This is so confusing.
Just tell
Who are
people
you?
not to watch the stream and they all flock to it.
Well, duh.
Yeah, great.
Like when Mooney was like, "Don't watch the stream," I clicked on it and I seen him doing math, and I'm like, "Oh, well, I like math. Let me stay here and watch."
Oh yeah, math is super interesting.
I actually like math, so fuck you.
Oh,
Whoa,
math
that's
is
lousy.
great. Math is only the worst thing that was ever invented.
Yes, you know those people when they invented math.
Fuck out of here! I love math.
Yeah, they were like, Eureka! And
When I
held
have
up,
more
like,
than one object, I can represent those in different ways. Whoa.
whoa, I can count? Who discovered math?
I don't know.
Alrighty. So. Good night. Let's go hop over on n=1. What is it, physics team? Hey.
Good night, kiddo.
Physics
When physics stream.
stream.
You have to
I will
stream
do a
yourself
physics-
doing all of your homework now.
I will. I could actually do that. That would actually motivate me to do my homework, to be honest.
Yo, if
I
you
might.
stream me doing, if you're going to stream you doing homework, call me. I will happily give you some.
Dude, just get on my notification squad, fam.
I hate getting notifications from Discord.
Sign up for mine, okay?
Dude, like, I hate notifications from Discord. Because it like, when I'm in a match, in a league match, I swear to God, like, if I get one ping from Discord, my ping goes up to, like, it goes up from like 100.
Oh no, I meant YouTube notifications, duh.
Oh. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Just made me look like a retard boy. Actually, AP Physics 2 is I can't lie. I was about to say it's the same as Calculus, but it's not. It's nowhere
No.
fucking near.
It's really not the same
Good
at
luck,
all.
dude.
Good luck me
Good
or
luck,
good luck
dude.
him?
Good luck to the dude that has AP Physics 2 exam. Fuck you, dude.
How could you?
Like, physics is a bitch. The fact that you have AP Physics is even worse. Like all my colleagues, as I get a cup of water to go by pizza. Yo, Chad, you have to help me get green pizza.
I feel. Is it just me or is he really quiet?
Manti? Yeah, he is
Yeah.
kind of quiet. I
Okay.
turned him down even.
I have him up to
far.
200%,
Oh really?
and he's still really quiet.
Oh, I don't know what to say to that. Oh yeah, he's at 200% for me too.
Yeah. Okay.
I just
Not
noticed
crazy
that.
then.
No, you're max. Why? You just made it like so not enticing to make any sort of joke ever again.
That's what laughs are for, right?
No, it's not.
Great. Good night, koala draws.
Night koala draws
I'm the quiet stuff.
to the end.
Good sniffed.
Sniffed?
What Crazy said. Goose sniffed.
Good sniff.
Not good.
Good
Goose
sniffed.
sniffed.
Goose
Goose sniffed. Goose sniffed. With an H. After the F. For some reason.
Maybe he's special.
Crazy? Isn't Crazy a girl? I always thought Crazy was a girl. Maybe I'm right. Oh, where are we talking again? Discord? Oh, Pika, don't remind me, please. All right, so what do we have? We have x, right? X in the numerator here, and then in the denominator here. So the ends here cancel, right? So that means we have x in the numerator multiplied by this garbage. Oh wait, yeah, wait.
Well, yo, are they talking about someone's? Did you assume someone's gender?
Maybe a while ago, possibly. Why?
Did you just assume his?
You know what? I guessed. Okay, I didn't assume that it was true. I asked if they were.
How dare you assume this man's gender? How insensitive are you?
Why would you call them a man if you were?
Oh, I assume everybody's gender. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Why are you lecturing me on it?
Because I'm not you.
All right.
Everybody's gender.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't give a fuck. You're a dude today.
What is this? 2n plus 2 minus 1, which is 2n plus 1. Look at us doing math like pros. I'm trying to keep this paper upright, but
I don't know what you're saying. Us. Nobody but you was doing math.
Look at how far that we got. Look at us. Look
We're
at how
not.
far.
This isn't a group activity. This is
Okay, guys. What's
a bunch
the
of
limit?
people watching a nerd do math in a cave. This is
Wow.
like
You know what?
a really boring version of a zoo.
Good show. Jolly good show.
You know
Straight
what,
savage.
You're making me sad.
Well,
Straight savage to the point. GG. Good
I
show.
assume you gave up on happiness when you decided to go into calculus.
True that. True that.
Fuck the blooper. Fuck you, dude. Okay. Fuck out of here, please. Thanks.
How about I write a 5-paragraph argumentative essay?
On what?
Oh, there's this guy who was being a real like prick about religion, and even though I'm technically on his side, I decided to debate him about it anyway. So,
I see.
yeah, so he's gonna write a 5-paragraph argumentative essay.
Yo, no,
Okay.
dude, that's not real. No
Apparently.
one actually sits down and write a 5 paragraph essay on why my religion is correct. Like, no one does that. And if you do, just how much time do you have for your life, my boy?
Yeah. Is there any way that you can turn your mic sensitivity or anything like that up? Manticoral Tiger. You are quiet as dicks. And like really sneaky ones.
The sneaky dicks are the ones.
Ninja dicks.
The sneaky dicks are always the ones that go in your butthole.
Please stop.
Oh shit. Let me find my S Pen and I'll do it. Let me see. VA settings. Push to talk. No, my volume's all the way up. I can't.
Yeah, I figured.
Like, maybe
It's a phone mic, right?
Yeah, it's a phone mic. Maybe that's why. Like that, like
I
on
guess
my
that makes
floor.
sense.
Oh, you dick. Fuck you, baby Bowser. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, eat a chode, you little piece of shit.
Please.
Ah, fucking dick. How's when you just want to play Mario Maker and you make a mistake.
Obsessed with your I forgot what comes after that part.
You built cathedral.
What if he's on the stream and heard me? I don't know. Then I'll
What?
be really disappointed not getting a 5-paragraph.
Wait, what if what
essay.
guy?
Oh, I
Oh,
think the guy who's gonna write the essay.
wait, who are you arguing with?
Oh,
Memes, the Hackslets leader.
Is that on Discord or what?
Yeah,
In our Discord?
yeah.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah,
What's going
that's in
on?
general.
Oh, there's a few people. Yeah. I'm glad to have so many new members in our Discord.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So when x equals 1, so let's substitute -1. That's already convergent. Wait, -1, 2 minus n. I think that's divergent actually, because it does approach 0. Even though it's oscillating, it does still approach 0, I think.
so how are you, other guy?
Yeah, okay, that one is inclusive.
Not gonna be.
Yes, I'm talking to you because I don't know your name.
My name is Kim Jong Max, and I'm doing just
His name
fine.
is Max.
So your name is Kim Jong Max. Okay, good show.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Kim
guys are
Jong
the
technically
worst. Both
being a
of you.
surname, but in Korean the surname is said first.
You are not Korean at all, Max.
You don't know that.
I do know that. You are 0% Korean.
You
I
absolutely
know
don't
that. I absolutely know that for a fact.
I'm going to call you Kimmy. Are you okay with being called Kimmy? I have now.
So if we substitute one to the infinity, yeah, okay, which is 1. 1 over that, that's still okay.
Mr.
I don't
Starman,
get it.
Starman.
Over 2n.
Figure out you shouldn't be a dick. That'll watch you when you sleep.
So by the
In the
alternating series test, because you have to use the is convergent.
Fuck Bowser.
Alternating. So do you have moderator? I don't think you should. Oh, you're just asking how you can get moderator.
How do you get moderator? Oh, I don't know. You just kind of get it if you're here enough. And
Cry.
Yeah,
like
if you're
a-
here often, sometimes
like a mature person, I guess.
Am I?
Yes, that moment when you quote a stand-up comic, indeed. Hi, Vince.
Hi there.
Vince,
Vincent.
hi.
Hey. God, my night keeps getting worse.
Oh, what happened?
He joined the server.
Nah, in the middle of a league game, because Lyric already knows the extent of how awful my night is. But
Well, if you're playing League, I'm assuming it.
Well, I was in the middle of a league game and we were going to win, but then I got a nosebleed. Crazy, I was here earlier, man. I was speaking with a different voice because it wasn't nearly as late and I wasn't nearly as angry with life. I'm so angry, I'm disliking your stream. I'm kidding. No,
That's
I'm
okay.
Someone already did that, so you're pretty late.
I'm fine with that. If you need to take out your anger on me, then so be it.
Wait. What were you playing? Who were you playing in League?
Lyric, you're too perfect, and it makes me feel awful.
You just don't know him well enough.
Yeah.
What did you say? Wait, who was I playing?
Yeah.
I was playing Darius and Twisted Fate.
Well, that's just downright Darius.
Down left, Darius.
Are you even level 7, please?
Like
Bye.
level 7 mastery on Darius.
Yes.
I don't have mastery 7 on Darius because I barely played Darius on this account. But I have 8 gemstones, and if I can hit 10, you bet your ass I'm getting Dreadnought Darius.
Yes, that's the one I want.
Yeah.
I've been like, I don't feel like spending money on Dreadnought Darius, so
Yeah, no.
fuck that noise.
I have a lot of RP on my account right now, though, so I mean, once I can get chests again, I'll probably be able to get
Nobody got
him.
time to like spend $500 to try to get Dreadnought Darius.
Right.
I do like how my friend had got a championship shard for Hextech Annie and freaking Vayne.
Wow,
Salty's
that's
Vayne. One after another.
pretty
and I'm
lucky.
Like, yo, your luck. Please give it to me because I want Dreadnought Darius, please. Super Mario 64.
Vince,
Yeah.
you wanna know the real reason why I don't play League anymore?
What's
Or-
The fact that you got banned.
I mean, I did get banned, but I would. Okay, if it weren't for this fact, I would have totally made a new account and kept playing.
Is it because the game's not actually fun?
I did take a lot of enjoyment in it. I mean, now that I don't play it, I don't think it's fun. But I had the Soul Stealer Vayne skin.
I remember that.
Yeah, and so. Ooh,
So after you got banned, you were just like, I'm not getting that ever again.
yeah, I just I don't care anymore.
Yeah, you're never getting that shit ever again.
I feel like if you don't play with friends, it just sucks all the life out of you, and if you do play with friends, it sucks all the life out of you slightly slower.
Yeah, it sucks all the life out of you, but not necessarily all of your social skills.
No. You get really good at either.
You get really good at coming up with comebacks.
Yeah.
Here, like Max, insult me right now.
You're a douche.
That's not good enough. Come on.
No, you are.
Ooh, got him.
Huh?
5 years of league training right there.
5 years of league training would have you say no, you.
No, you.
Just like no, and then the letter U, and all lowercase, and then add a period after it just to make sure you care enough to punctuate, but not enough to capitalize.
There you go.
It's the most annoying thing.
I don't want you in your sleep.
Yes, that is divergent for x equals 1. Very, very yes. Very yes. What's the reason for that? I don't remember why. Hold on.
I don't get this stage. Oh, cape. Oh yeah, Tom. I still don't know how to fly with this cape. I hate your cape, Mario. You are bane of my existence.
I'm trying to explain it because I know it for a fact diverges.
Hey, Lamau.
Let's see here.
Oh, shit. Oh, bring this with me. Hurry up, go. No! Yes! Slow it up. Yeah! Whoop. Can you duck?
Let's see here. 6.6.
Boy!
I will figure this out. I'll try to figure out how to explain it.
The only thing I have to say is Annie is freelo. I've been playing nothing.
Oh, right. Okay. So, so this is this can be modeled by when x equals 1, you have 1 to the n, which is equal to 1. So this models the infinite series n equals 1 to infinity of 1 over n. And so when you have 1 over n, it's something called a harmonic series. So because you keep adding multiples of the first first term. So let's see here. Let's see if I can
How did I get over there? I legit had a brain fart. I can't remember how I got over there.
I am trying to figure this out. Yeah, it is divergent. I can't really explain why, but if you look up harmonic series divergence, it will tell you why. I can't explain it. I'm not good at math. I'm just doing it. I'm just doing it, man.
Did I just soft lock myself? Oh,
That would be hilarious.
I hate
So let's see here. N factorial. We have also n plus 1 times n factorial here. So that's what n plus 1 equals. So if we have n plus 1 factorial, we're multiplying n plus 1 by n factorial. That's what that means. Yay! Look at us. So let's see here. N plus 1 times n. So
You mean look at you?
cancel that. Cancel that. We have x over
I'm grade
n
9.
plus 1.
I'm grade 9.
You're grade 9.
Math is so hard.
Alrighty. So let's take that. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe. I hope so. I'm not going to say it before I know the actual answer. Because that way, I won't be wrong. Alright, that's what I thought. Alright.
Am I really that quiet? Apparently. I don't think so. Thank you. Thank you. Mooney, you got so quiet.
Oh. Hi. I'm talking again. What up?
Everyone left.
Yeah, because it's just a multiple. Because where, in order for the series of 1 over, the infinite series of 1 over n to diverge, it, all of the series for infinite series of 1 over kn also has to diverge, with k being any number. I think. Yeah. Sue me if I'm wrong. Maybe slap an absolute value on the k or something. I don't know.
Give me this. You key switch. Dang it. Wait.
The radius of convergence is infinity.
Don't get both retard. Just in case you do something stupid and fuck up.
Therefore,
Dumbass.
the interval
Now we go in the door.
of convergence is negative infinity to infinity. Assuming, yeah, this is definitely a continuous function. I think, yeah, it is a continuous function from 1 to infinity. Why did they write that it's from negative infinity to infinity when the series is from 1 to infinity? That's what I don't understand, but that's what they said the answer is, so I'm just gonna go with that. Alrighty. So, look at all the work we did. Wow.
No.
Does it bug you, Max, that I'm saying that?
What are you saying?
Look at all the work we did.
Right. No.
Look at all the work we did. No, this isn't AP. This is just college.
That's just college myths. You dick! No, my cape! Fuck you, dude.
What are you playing?
Mario Maker. Hurry up.
Mad world.
Mario Maker is the best.
Hush, little baby, don't you cry. Mama's gonna sing you a lullaby.
Oh my god, please, Mooney,
Let's
stop.
see. Ah, sorry for the sing. Alrighty, that was the wrong question. N to the 4 to the 4 to the n. That's not what it is, but it looks like that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you right. You right. Respect. Okay. Very much correct. So, yo. Let's figure this out. That's stupid. It's x to the n. 3 to the 1 to the 1 to the 3. I like it. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna sing that. I shall resist the urge to sing. Alrighty. Start writing. So let's kind of just condense that. Yeah, ratio test. That's how we test for conversion. So oh, right. I'm dumb. Yeah, okay. You're right, Sigmath.
At least you know.
Yeah, I don't know. Lapse of brain right there. By the ratio test. This series is convergent where L is less than 1. L, in this case, oh, let's write this. As n approaches infinity, L is equal to this absolute value, very important. Let's write n plus 1 or 4 to the n plus 1 all over, or all under, I guess, x to the n plus 1. That definitely didn't need those, but I accidentally put them. We're keeping them. I'll do that. Multiplied by the reciprocal, where n is equal to n.
When you failed at even easy Mario Maker levels or
Alrighty. Over x to the end. Cool. Glad we have that. Alrighty. So we have x in the numerator, because this one cancels, and then this one cancels. We're left with x to the power of 1. So let's see, what else do we have? We have a 4 in the denominator, so and let's just write that down. We have this canceled, so we have an n to the 4.
Bye, Sigmath Biffs.
Bye, Sigmath. Let's do a math stream again sometime. Wow, I feel stupid. Alright, so is equal to x. What?
oh man, a level in Mario Maker was
Laters.
called MLG John Cena.
Oh.
Well, fuck you, dude, for doing it faster than me. Oh shit. Okay.
Alright, so since we said as n approaches infinity, we can divide all the terms by n over 4, or n to the 4. So we have 1 over 1 plus dot 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 times 4. So 4 here, so it's 1/4 times that. Look at us. Are you a banker? Because I want you to leave me alone. Oh. Oh. That's
feel the shame of yourself that you fucking because please fuck yourself. Whoever made the joke. You're horrible. You should feel horrible. And your parents probably adore you.
We'll say there's
Hey, grasshoppers are
convergence.
foods.
What?
People eat grasshoppers.
People eat grasshoppers, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People eat a lot of bugs. People eat grasshoppers. They eat scorpions, spiders, cockroaches, worms. I mean, there's a lot of bug and bug-like creatures that
Oh.
people eat.
Hey, Spoopy, you should stick around then. I'll maybe do more of these. This was surprisingly well received.
Yeah, everyone liked it. Everyone likes watching a nerd do math.
I don't think so.
Fuck you, I have this.
So there's convergence when 1/4 times the absolute value of x is less. Wait, that's stupid. Why would I? Oh yeah, that is right. So
I'm losing at easy Mario Maker stage. Wow.
we can write that as 4.
Garbage ball.
Let's isolate the x, right? And say absolute value of x is less than 4. Or we can say -4 less than x, which is less than 4. So r is equal to 4, r being our radius of convergence. So what college do I go to? It's a community college. You wouldn't know it.
Good job.
It's a community college in Northern California. Let's see here.
It's called Mr. Freddy's College for Special Needs Children.
Wow. Rude.
You know, the funny part about
Okay.
that.
He's been there for 7 years.
Me?
It's a 1.5-year program.
Guys, he's been there for so long. Please support.
This is actually his 19th time taking calculus.
It's not. It's my second time taking calculus.
It's exactly what someone who's taken calculus 19 times would say.
It is.
Are you sure?
How dare you, Mooney?
I'm trying to fit this grippy around my pencil, but it's too small.
Shit.
The grippy is too small for my pencil. Alright, because this is hurting
Though
my
the
finger.
pencil isn't
Look,
very
I'm
big
getting
either.
a red spot on my finger from writing too much. I'm gonna try and write without using that little nook when. So
I'm garbage.
hold on. We'll say
Raccoon.
boy. Is that boy as in buy or boy as in boy?
Probably boy is in
Anyway.
boy.
Let x equal -4. You know, let's
What
start
with the
4.
clap?
Oh, we'll do -4. Or he's saying bye and then is just very excited to leave, so he's like applauding himself.
Maybe. It's entirely
Let-
possible, but not all that likely.
This game is gay.
Is it?
Mario Maker, why? Just let me have my Tanuki.
So let's see here. When x is -4, So -4 as n approaches infinity. This approaches 0, which means the sign doesn't matter. So that means that is
Oh my god. Please.
convergent by the alternating series test.
Boy. Oh, that's a gay cock out.
And note, the alternating series test states, if you have an alternating series, if we have a -4 here, it's gonna go positive, negative, right? So if it's decreasing and it's alternating, then it must be convergent. Woo, look at me.
So smart.
Oh yeah. Oh, and if it's decreasing and absolutely convergent, rather. Look at me. That's not right. If it's decreasing, if it's alternating, it must be alternating and decreasing. That is what I said first, I think. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know why you came here either, Aurora. It said not to, and then said that we were doing math. I don't know what's so enticing about that, other than the fact that it says not to.
I'm kind of curious. How, Mooney? How did you get banned? How did you get banned?
Oh, no.
I'm curious. How did you get banned?
We go 4 to the n and then cancel those out, and that approaches 0, so therefore it's convergent as well.
You want to answer my question? Oh,
no, I don't.
Absolutely. Content doesn't get more quality than this.
Yeah, duh.
Oh shit! I can't believe you got banned. I found that fucking hilarious.
Apparently, you have a very smooth Sigma, John.
I have a very smooth Sigma.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Some of them are very sloppy. Some of them are. I don't know. They're not consistent. Some of them are okay.
Oh, you're a bitch. I want you to know that. Oh, you're a bitch.
Yo, what up? So by the divergence test.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised I haven't ran out of.
Yeah, it is still a thing.
What am I supposed to do with the spring?
Interval is -4 to 4, both inclusive. Look at us nailing this down.
Yeah, this is still a thing.
This is definitely
Surprising
still a thing.
to everybody.
Aren't you excited for more? Time to check our answers. Whoa! We got the right answer. Look at us. It's hard and easy. I don't think it can be both hard and easy.
Sure it can.
What you mean? It can be like a gay prostitute.
Yeah. Hard and easy.
Where did you get gay prostitute from?
What?
Fucking can I do a spring jump, please?
I guess it just has to be a male prostitute. Anyway.
Or it could just be like a super slutty dude.
Dude, okay, we're done. We're done here. Why didn't they just write -4 to the n? Jeez.
No, I'm a scrub lord till the end. And now I'm running out of time.
I'm assuming this is all within this scope, right? Even though it doesn't write it as that. I'm gonna do that for the
No!
walls.
It's bad enough I'm running out of time.
Uh-huh. You're better at baguettes.
Oh yeah, thank you. Fuck this level.
I'm gonna wrap my finger in something that's hurting. Be right back.
Yo, when the stream fucking freezes for no reason. So what are you doing, Kimmy? Cause that's your new name. I can't remember Kim. What the oh. This fucking difficulty. Yeah.
He's pursuing mechatronics.
Why do you call it mechatronics? Okay, there we go. Good job. Oh, happy. Oh, you fucking doof. You took away my Yoshi. We must fight now. Oh. Can you hop on the boat? Ooh.
Alright. Hello, I am back. What's going on? Anything new?
One of your man's names is Sans the Skeleton.
Some guy's playing Kerbal Space Program.
Oh yeah, I have that. You know I have that.
Yeah, I do. I think you bought it after you played it in my house.
Yeah, I did. Alright, so alrighty. I just put my hard calculus or I just put my calculus gear on. Got my carpal tunnel braces because writing so much has made me is causing that to get bad.
He ready. Boys, he's ready. I didn't even hit the P switch.
This is really difficult to write. My handwriting's gonna suck for a little bit. Like,
What the fuck was the point of this level? I don't know. This level makes no sense.
good luck.
I should to work. See you. What?
Okay. Have fun on your should to work.
Oh, dude, you okay? Can you English? Because even my grammar's not that bad.
Can he English? Wait, how English?
How can you English?
How English?
I-
No,
I-
not know how English?
Speak Korean.
Do you want me to speak Korean?
Mooney. Yeah, speak Korean, Mooney.
Yeah, John, speak Korean. You Korean motherfucker.
Yeah, speak Korean.
Konnichiwa, motherfucker.
Oh, that's Japanese. That's not
I
Korean.
know it's Japanese, dummy.
Also English.
Kill yourself. You supposed to speak Korean, not Japanese. You fucking weeaboo. How dare you?
Funny thing is, he's not Korean or Japanese.
Thank you,
How
Max.
dare you? How dare you, you weeaboo scrub?
We'll just include that in our power of N. Oh, +1. And +1. We're gonna put that over the square root of N
Wow. Look at
+1.
Nothing like the smell of burning stink bug in the morning.
Oh, what? Why?
Sounds.
They're having a conversation in general.
Oh, jeez. Look what happens.
This is what happens when you talk to people.
Yeah, conversations. Gosh dang it.
Mooney needs it though, right,
Did-
Mooney?
Did you use underscores just to evade the language filter? I'm sure someone can still silence you.
Got him.
Did you?
Oh. Oh,
Oh,
see Yoshi.
rip. You timed them out. Oh, rip.
Probably could have just removed the message.
Ripperoni faggot. Maybe if you were on call, you can say all the nasty bullshit you want.
Hey, so Max, what do you think about the new chat thingy?
What
Yay,
new
nay?
chat thingy?
The thing in the bottom left for the chat. You get it?
Thing in the bottom left for the chat. You mean the bottom right?
I like how your
Yeah.
your stream.
The bottom right.
I
Yeah,
like how
that's
your
good.
stream froze.
My stream
Straight up and
froze?
down. Yeah, it froze for me. It froze for my iPod.
Oh, oops.
Freeze for me.
Sorry. But not sorry.
Oh,
Manty's just a degenerate.
I am very much a degenerate. Thank you very much. Fight me 1v1. I live in Newark, New Jersey 078.
Oh, that explains a lot. I'm kidding, kidding.
Gosh.
Gotta
I'm
remember
from
those
Jersey.
absolute value signs.
Well,
Hey, I
you're
used to
from
live in New
Jersey.
Jersey, you know?
When you're from Jersey, you know, you just gotta everything that's right. Okay.
I used to live in New Jersey, okay?
How do you die on the easy scroll? How do you die on an automatic level? Wow. Straight garbage. Kill yourself. Yep. Oh, okay.
Wait, did I forget to write x to the n minus 1?
Well, why'd you leave, Pika?
Oh, no, I what I did was I just grouped all these together because they're all in the numerator. So because they're all raised to the power of n, I can just combine them all to multiply to each other and then write them to the n.
Maybe we
that's-
assume
hope that's,
because,
I hope that explains it.
maybe we assume
Princeton is
because-
doing Oh, I was thinking of California, but Princeton isn't in California. But you were talking about New Jersey.
Where's Princeton?
New Jersey.
Oh. Right.
Oh, you're a Dumbo.
You know what else Princeton is called?
What?
King's College.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yo, meet the latest graduate at King's College. I probably shouldn't brag, but dag, I amazed and astonished. The scholars say I got the same virtuosity and brains as my pops. The ladies say my brain's not where the resemblance stops.
Oh my god, this music level is nice.
You've lived in the worst non-terrible state. Which one's the worst non-terrible state? New Jersey or California?
What did Manti say?
I said this
Ibble
is nice.
13 said.
I actually cannot hear Manti because of
He's really
Maxwell.
quiet.
Oh yeah, that too, but also you.
Also me.
What was that, Manti?
I said this is a nice music level.
It's a nice music level, just me talking the lyrics to rapping the lyrics to what's the song?
Yes, that's what
Blow
it
Us
was.
All Away?
It's called Blow Us All Away.
Blow us,
Blow
all,
us all
away.
away.
Blow us all away. We're just modulating it up every time we sing it to each other. That's what it felt like.
Yeah, exactly.
I was insulting how you didn't sing in the same key as I did. Never mind. It's fine.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I do
insults
that
them.
every time.
I don't know how to turn myself up. I'm sorry.
Listen, don't modulate the key, then not debate with me.
Like fuck it. I'm sorry.
You're the one who modulated the key, you doofus.
Don't have me modulate the key, then not debate with me.
Scream.
Scream.
Where the fuck? Oh no.
Why should a tiny island across the sea regulate the price of tea?
Alexander, please.
I'd rather be decisive than divisive than indecisive. Drop the niceties. I'd rather be decisive than indecisive. It makes sense.
It does make sense. You're dumb.
Are these people not there with you like IRL? No, nobody is. Oh, he's all alone.
they're- yeah, I'm alone. Look at it. I'm alone, in general, but
I think I'm
especially IRL.
geographically the closest, but
I sure hope so. It'd be a little weird if anyone were closer.
right?
I mean,
So like somebody happened to live on your street.
that would be hecka chill. I mean, depending on how chill they are, of course.
Someone happened to be watching you through your window.
Yeah, no, that would not be the greatest.
Why is it so hot in my room? Oh, that's right. People fucking stole my fan. Bitch, no.
I could go,
People
but it's
stole your fan.
12 o'clock in the morning and he has school tomorrow. So it'd be a little weird for me to go to his house.
You know the funny part about it is I don't have no air conditioner in my room.
I'd rather be indecisive than dumb. Wubba lubba dub dub.
But
Math stream
no,
equals nerd heaven. Yeah, sure. I'm sure this is very exciting. Alright.
you
Now
know,
let's test the bounds. So we'll let x equal negative 1/4. Why did I say 1/4? It's 1/4. So this n equals 1 to infinity of series is oh wait, I didn't even check if it was conversion or divergent. I just started writing it. Look at me. Okay. So if you substitute 1/4 in for x, we have 1/4 to the n, so or negative 1/4. Oh, okay. So we're going to use the alternating series test. So we take the absolute value of this, so we get rid of psych, it's the other way around. This is negative, so this cancels with that.
Hey, Lamau.
Which means what? So negative x to the n. So if we have negative 1/4,
Math
and that's
is to
positive
nerds
1/4 to
as
the n.
fast and furious is to dumb people. Sorry.
So
stupid
1 to the n over the square root of n. 1 to the n over the square root of n. That is divergent, I think. Oh, convergent rather. I think, because we would have 1 over the square root of n, and I think that's convergent. By the, it's decreasing, which means the whole series. Wait. No, it's divergent. I'm silly. By the p-series test, it's divergent.
I don't get this.
Okay.
You look like someone who would get a major in accounting. Just because he's Asian, he's gonna be an accountant?
Ooh.
Is that even a stereotype?
What?
That's a very
That
big
Asian
stereotype.
people are accountants? No, it's Jewish people are accountants, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they. I'm not gonna, you know.
Because they like
hard to remember all
money
the
and they
stereotypes.
told you, you stole all my money.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's talking about the Eyeball 13, not you.
Yeah. So this one is convergent by the alternating series test because of -1, and then what do we have here? 1 over the square root of n is absolutely convergent. Or absolute, the terms are absolutely convergent. That's not true at all. No. What I mean to say is it's decreasing. Therefore.
Well, you reacted very strongly to that Ibble 13. I don't think that he meant that as an insult.
What happened? Hold on. Don't tell me I'm gonna read it. Alright,
It's okay. People catch cases. People
oh
catch
jeez. Jeez. I mean, you know, don't insult don't insult a math person. That's what you get.
My boy was serious about that. I'm gonna be an engineer. Yeah, make more money than you doing. Oh, scrub lord. Oh, my boy is salty Samuel right now. It's okay, dude. Don't get too salty because he insulted you being an accountant. It's alright being a faggot. See, look. Aww.
Look at me.
Do
I
you
can't
though?
even write
Spoopy
anything
Skeleton,
properly.
do you actually care about him?
Oh, you're so thoughtful. Look, he even wants to know
I
about
care
what you-
about all of you.
Do you though, John?
I don't. Fuck you.
Do you
I
care about all of them?
cannot confirm.
Give me your address and I might care.
My
just
sources
wanna-
point to yes.
Yeah.
I'm an 8-ball.
Don't use your 8-ball.
Why not?
That's cheating. That's cheating.
I think the phrase is, for all he knows, I could be a psychopathic murderer. But, you know, you do you. You do you.
I mean, no, I think that works. For
I
all he
mean,
knows, I'm a
no-
psychopathic murderer.
No, because that means, like, given everything that he knows, I am a psychopathic murderer. But
Yeah.
I think it should be I could be. Because
But it
unless
could
he
also
has
be that
strong...
given all he doesn't know, I'm a psychopathic murderer.
That's the...
like-
That's not what he said, though.
Damn, look what
I
you
mean, it's kind of what he says.
It's not what he
saying
said,
all that he knows
I mean,
is
like...
also implying all he doesn't know.
proving God exists is not the same thing as proving that proving that not proving that God doesn't exist.
It's too late.
Isn't it?
You already opened up
No,
the
it's not.
can.
So wait, hold on.
Like, just
Proving that God exists. It's not
it's
the
not
same.
the same as not proving that God doesn't exist.
It's not proving that it doesn't exist. Okay.
What?
Just adding, like, shifting the negatives around doesn't. Alright, here. Hold on. Alright, proving God doesn't exist is not the same as not proving that God exists.
Sure.
So you can't just shift the negatives around. That doesn't make it the same statement.
You're proud of your answer at the moment, Mooney?
What's up?
You proud of your answer?
Am I proud of what?
Are you proud of yourself?
Are you proud of yourself? That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I am proud of myself.
Because that makes no fucking sense.
It does make sense, okay? Chill.
No, what he said makes sense.
No, don't!
Max, you're jeopardizing this entire operation. It's just like, I was trying to make him feel like shit, man. Why'd you have to jump on his side?
Well, get a little mini Bowser.
Why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too? Why you gotta be so rude?
No.
I'm gonna marry her anyway.
Why? That's all I need to ask. Why?
Oh, jeez. I messed up that Sigma. Big time. Oopsie.
Coolness is relative.
Relativity is relative. Hey, is the video sharp-ish, or what do you think?
Yeah, it's fine.
Let me see if I can.
Oh my god, you can report people?
What?
You can fucking report people.
Yeah, and you can do it without. No, whatever.
Yo,
What?
that's crazy. You can go to people's channels, whoever fucking types.
Oh, you know what I
report
could do?
people.
Hold on. Let me see if this makes it better for you. Oh my. Alright, so I definitely changed it a little bit. I don't know if it's for the better or oh wait, hold up. Hold up, fam. I'm working on it.
Yo,
Whoop.
I just gotta say, Spoopy Skeleton has the best.
Alright there.
Best, like,
Look at how clear that is now, Max. Check it out. Do you like that?
Sure. Yeah, it's good.
Alrighty. That is quite the focus, if I do say so myself. And I do say so myself. Alright, by the ratio test series. From n equals 1 to infinity of a sub n.
what
Is
happens if you have
convergent.
cancer and you still say lit? Does that mean that you have cancer though?
When L is less than 1 and as n approaches infinity,
No, I hate funny stages.
L is equal to
Black.
absolute value. Super important that we write the absolute values, by the way. That is the definition of the ratio test.
I don't Fuck
2
you,
to
fly.
the n plus 1 over no, not
Yeah, son, you got a dab, dude. Because, it's super lit, my dude. My ninja. There you
wait,
go.
I did that wrong again.
Dude, dab is so last year, but it's still in this season, dude.
N
It's
plus
alright.
1 squared plus
Water
1.
exists. Why, why does this level exist? Kill yourself for making this level.
It's gonna be lit, fam. Gonna dab now. Yes, I'm sure that that sentence has been said by every shitty teenager.
No, no fucking.
I don't think anybody who dabs announces "I'm a dab now" before they do it.
I'm a dab now.
I'm a dab now. Alert.
just FYI, I'm a dab now.
Everybody prepare.
I'm about to
Prepare
dab right
prepare
now.
for my dabbing.
Everyone set your watches to dab because it's dabbing time.
That is absolutely stupid.
Yeah.
I legit thought you said everyone set your watches because it's dadding time, and I'm like, oh, okay.
No, hold up.
Let me go get
I
the
could
dope.
apply a LUT.
John, dab on stream.
No, I'm not even on the camera. It would take so much work.
Draw somebody dabbing on your homework.
Yeah, there you go.
You want me to draw?
You don't-
No,
Draw
no,
a
that's
dabbing
not.
stick figure.
No, that's not something that I'm gonna do.
Draw a dabbing stick figure out of math symbols.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, give me a series of math symbols and I will write them in order. And if they happen to do that, then okay. We'll see how much you care about this, Max.
All right, let's see. What series of math symbols would make a dabbing person? What does dabbing look like?
Are you doing it right now?
No.
I'm trying to help you out, dude.
Wait.
Shit, that's a hard
No,
thing
I
to make out of
erased
symbols.
that because I need to multiply by the reciprocal because that's the ratio tab.
Okay, no.
2 to the n. 2 to the
Max.
n
Jesus.
of the n squared plus
Have
1.
Slash greater than.
Slash greater than?
Wait, slash. The multiplication thing. No, it's not. What is that called? The circle. That's like the of symbol.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what I'm talking
of.
about?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Slash. Let's see. Like forward. Backslash of greater than.
Oh, greater than?
Yeah.
That I don't really think that looks like it.
It was as close as I could get.
In my opinion. I don't think that looks
Kind
like
of
it at all.
works. It's like
Not really.
no, because the one on the left is like his hand going up, and the one on the right is like the other one being bent.
No.
I think if I know how dabbing works, as close as I could be.
I don't really think that works.
I
Max.
tried.
Max, I tried to help you, dude. So.
Backslash T slash. That does not look like a dab either.
Dang, dude. I don't want to turn it. I'm feeling Kaizo. Kaizo Mario, please. Okay, I didn't feel like that one. Please, Kaizo Mario, please don't. Okay, there we go. David on his own. Oh, I did it.
John,
Oh,
speak Spanish.
come on, Statue.
Olvidado las luces. Why?
I like how this guy said I don't speak much English, and then somebody else called him on his double negative. Like, calm down, Nazis.
You want me? Well, wait. Do you mean speak Spanish
To be
as in
fair,
say
his
something in
name-
Spanish, or
Yeah, talk to this guy in Spanish.
Hola Juan, ¿cómo estás? His name is Juan, right? Okay.
Yeah, Juan David Rangel Rodriguez.
You're laughing at his
Ringo?
name?
Are you
I
Ringo?
know it's because of the way I said Wrangle. Like, there's no way that's how he pronounces it.
Are you a Ringo?
You said it like such a white person.
Like, Wrangle.
I just want to know.
What was wait. What was his name again? Hold up. Let's see here. Juan David Rangel Rodriguez.
Wrangle.
Wrangle. You said it like a dummy.
Did someone say Rangar who plays League?
I-
John
So,
and
alright.
Lyric and I are reformed League players.
Yeah, we have ascended.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
So this
We're
X to the
sober.
end cancels out.
No, like-
This X to the end cancels out. So you're
then
left
there are
with,
some
left with an
people
X and
who-
1.
like on the server who plays League.
So we have an N, blah blah blah. So 2. We have a 2 in the
I'm a
numerator.
bronze skill lord. If you ever want to learn how to be
Denominator.
good
We have a 2 in the denominator. Fuck
at just ask me.
this.
No,
Garbage.
because being bronze means you know everything about League.
Not really. Alright.
That was a fucking jerky. Oh, I can't. Dumbass. Shut up.
N plus 1. Right? N plus 1. Why am I looking up at the... I'm looking up at the preview to see my previous work.
Sean and I used to have a team called Top Lane Sona.
Oh yeah, that was great. We never played top lane Sona, but yeah.
No, we didn't.
How do you
Which was a
have
disappointment.
team named Top Lane
But it was
Sona?
just like I don't remember how it came about, but we just ended up kept saying like Top Lane Sona.
Because we
don't-
kept
do you-
saying
how do you-
top we kept saying top keck.
Oh, why do we say that?
Because Oliver said it.
Oh yeah.
How do you have like no one to play top lane Sona and your team name was top lane Sona?
Well, to be
Max
fair,
tried
we
it a
only
few
two people
times,
on
I
the
think.
team.
Yeah.
Like I go ADC Volibear, but it works because you know bronze.
2 in the denominator. Multiplied by n.
Oh, you're not supposed to jump.
What do I think of Xayah and Rakan?
They're both gay.
I think I watched a champ. I thought one of them was a man and one was a woman,
They are. One's a dude and one's a chick.
and they're together.
Why are their
and
names
they're
so
both gay.
weird?
They were like released at the same time, and there's like a couple, and they get certain bonuses. They're an ADC support duo, I think. They get
Yes,
certain bonuses
they
when they
do.
play together.
That's weird.
Yes, they do.
I don't like
Yeah.
that.
They do. Like,
But,
the bonuses are gross. In all honesty,
My
they
relative
get-
died in a concentration camp. He fell off the guard's tower.
He fell off He Guard's tower.
He fell off He guard's tower.
Is that like Li Jiang Tower?
He junked tower.
He God's Tower. Now entering He God's Tower. I can see it.
He gad, so sad.
He God.
actually, I actually like Dr. Egad. He's the best Mario character ever. Other than Luigi. And Bowser. Bowser.
He guards tower. Yes, he guards tower. Very good. He does guard tower. That was the joke. Life is no longer worthwhile. Death to the universe. Indeed.
Does the universe really die if like the universe itself isn't alive?
Does the universe die if the universe isn't alive?
Like, can it die?
Can it?
Yes.
I
Because he
think
says
that-
death to the universe.
I think
The
it's probably a highly debated physics question.
But the universe can't die though.
I mean, depending on which like astrophysics model you think is correct, I would imagine. Because I know there's like
Like,
the
any-
one that's like the universe is expanding and eventually there'll be like the heat, there'll be like the heat death of the universe. But then there are also
Yeah.
some people that are like, the universe is gonna live forever and it's always been here and stuff. So
I believe the heat death theory because it just seems more logical. Like everything has an end.
I mean, when talking about the universe, I don't think that you can necessarily, like the entire universe, I don't know that you can necessarily apply the same logic that we've tested on.
Yeah,
Shit,
I think predictions based on you know, I think all of the predictions are logical, you know.
Yeah, that's,
Like,
yeah, 'cause
logic-
they're all scientific.
Logical
theories.
just logical like to me logical just means that it doesn't contradict itself.
Yeah,
And it doesn't contradict any information that you give it, and people believe or you know, different people believe in the different theories that they make because they're all logical, you know.
yeah. I mean, yeah. It's hard to say which one I believe in because it's not like I've read any of these theories. I just watch TV and some of them say, "Hey, there's the universe is going to die in a heat death one day." And I'd be like, "Oh, well, that's definitely 100% true then." And then another TV show says like, "No, these people actually wrote up another theory," and it's like, "No, the universe is actually infinite." I'm like, "Oh, well, then there's no way that can't be right." I mean, who am I to say which one is correct?
You are yourself. Hey, anything that you believe must be correct, right? I mean, you're a human. You're allowed to believe that.
Yeah. Everything is right if I think it is.
It's the stupidest logic I ever heard.
Yeah, yet some people swear by it. So to speak.
I believe the sun is a planet. It's true. See it in math class.
What's the definition of planet? Planet. Not Planet
Like
Fitness.
okay, so like when you're when you have like an idea for a course of action,
Sure.
you plan it.
It's not a definition, that's an example.
You should feel ashamed of that definition.
Is massive enough to be surrounded by its own gravity, not massive enough to cause thermonuclear. Oh, nope. Sun's not a planet. 'Cause you're fucking stupid.
Me?
Die.
Wait, what did he say?
I was explaining why the sun can't be a planet.
Okay.
And then you ask, can stars be planets? You know that the sun is a star, right?
Yes. I'm aware of that. I was just asking if a star could also be a planet. If you could
But-
overlap classifications like that.
But I just said a planet has to be not massive enough to cause thermonuclear fusion.
I love you, dude.
So what about neutron stars?
Neutron stars?
Yeah, neutron stars, you know, they don't have fusion within their you know,
Oh, I'm mad.
they don't have
Let's
they
find
know
out.
they're no longer fusing inside.
I am bad.
Let's
No.
find out. I don't know, I'm looking.
So I don't know. Is that really a stupid question?
I mean, it sounded stupid when I was talking about why the sun couldn't be a planet, and then you said, "Can stars be planets?"
Yeah, can stars
That sounded a bit stupid, but
Okay, can any kind of star be a planet? Okay, is that better?
Yeah,
Yeah, probably.
Because that's what I was asking.
that's way more better than your fucking.
It's way more better. Yeah,
Although,
we're
but
pointing
that's
out
kind of
each
weird.
other's
So-
trivial mistakes.
One of the rules says that it's not massive enough to cause thermonuclear fusion, but neutron stars are like several times more massive than normal stars.
Yeah, but they're
So I'm
no
not, but yeah,
longer
but they're not.
fusing.
That is true. But they're
So-
in theory massive enough to
But I'm-
cause thermonuclear fusion.
When you're garble,
I'm.
and you can't get it.
Can a
So
neutron
yeah,
star?
so my answer is I have no idea.
Yeah, why don't you just look up? Look it up.
Can
I'm asking you to
a-
look it up.
neutron star
-2.
be
Do you have a constant?
considered a planet?
Wait, no, wait, that's not right. We're substituting -2 here.
Almost.
So if we have -2, okay.
Hey,
So
let's go.
this is alternating. So if we take the absolute value, we check if it's decreasing, and it most definitely is. So it's convergent.
Your arm itches because fuck it, it's hot.
Why planet has gravity? Because planet has mass.
Every planet doesn't have gravity.
Isn't there a whole thing that we might be wrong about? Thing?
Yeah.
Am I saying? Oh, it might be wrong about like the way we think about gravity.
About the way we think about gravity or the way we think about mass?
How the two are interact with each other. Or no,
Because
the way we think
mass-
about the gravity. What am I talking about? I don't know. I heard it in passing. I don't know anything about it. So, Ibel, the question we're asking is why can a neutron star not be considered a planet? We know what a neutron star is.
It's a ball of delicious donuts. That's what a neutron star is.
Theoretically, everything that has mass also has gravity. Or, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, does it make sense? Does something have gravity? Gravity is a force. It exhibits gravity.
So, yeah.
Everything, theoretically, everything that has. I'm just gonna omit the theoreticallys because just assume that everything's theoretical. Everything that has mass exhibits.
A planet
A
is a
force of
loose and
gravity.
outdated definition. Okay, so what would you call the things that we normally call planets? If that's a loose and outdated definition.
Generally productive unless it's Earth. Okay. So 2, we have 2 to the n to the n to the 3. No, I'm kidding.
Are you fucking serious? Fuck yourself, dude.
Yeah, wait, hold on. If we have 2 to the 1
Rocky bodies and gas giants.
to the 1.
Okay, that makes sense.
Hey guys,
I'm done with
So
Maker.
I have 2 to the 1 to the 1 to the 3. I wrote it down. Yeah. So
Thank you, Mario Maker, for giving me entertainment for maybe an hour. But now you're starting to piss me off. Fuck off, dude.
2, and this approaches infinity.
Go play some Smash Brothers.
So that's over 1, 2. That
Because everybody loves Smash Brothers.
n squared. So we divide both sides by n. we have 1 over n. So by the power series, it's divergent.
Yo, when you want to go to sleep, but it's too hot. Fuck, man.
Manti, I'll be your fan.
Their fan doesn't fucking work.
I said I'll be your fan.
Oh, that's so sweet of you. Get over and
Aww.
blow on me.
Okay, hold on. A little less sweet now. Let's tone it down a little bit.
Stop being perverted. Blow on me right now. I want you to blow on my hot body.
Why are you saying it like that? Why, Manti?
Blow on my-
Oh, okay.
Blow on my hot body.
Uh.
Your mouth.
Stop it.
So Ibel, Ibel 13, Ibel,
What's his name?
Ibel, IBOL,
Ibel?
Ibel.
That's how I would pronounce it.
According to what I could find, stuff like Ceres and Pluto wouldn't be considered planets because they have not cleared the area around their orbit.
Pluto's
Eyeball.
been,
Oh, eyeball. All right, that makes sense.
Pluto's been considered like not a part of the solar system anyway.
Isn't Pluto, last time I checked, I believe it was considered a dwarf planet?
Yes,
One,
Yeah,
two.
and then they
because it
said-
has not cleared the area around its orbit.
and then that's when they stopped.
Yeah, whatever that
And
means.
it's not a satellite. Like there's like rocky, like
Like a
asteroids and stuff around it.
satellite. Yeah, okay.
Like a satellite.
That's not like a satellite, but yeah. I sang the wrong lyric. How dare lyric sing the wrong lyric?
Wait, did you? What is it supposed to sound like?
From a or by satellite, rather.
By a satellite, yeah, you're right.
Not like a satellite.
I'm not a dwarf planet.
Like a satellite.
Yes, I'm comparing myself to a satellite. If you were to compare yourself to a satellite, what similar qualities would you have? Or like, what similar qualities could one have to a satellite if you're comparing yourself to a
You're-
satellite?
You're highly magnetic and you broadcast to everyone.
Satellites are not necessarily magnetic.
It's not considered a planet because it hasn't orbited around the sun once. What?
Wait, what?
Are you talking about Pluto?
I mean, okay, the way you said it made it seem like that, but I knew that wasn't what you meant.
No, I was read a comment.
Oh,
That's what
I
he
see.
that's what he wrote.
Hold on.
Whoa, look, my tablet's charged. Yay. Now I can play more Clash
That's
of
it.
Clans.
It hasn't made a complete round once. Are you saying it hasn't gone around the sun all the way? Because it has. A lot of times.
Probably has, I don't know.
If it was still, then it would smash into the sun. Because that's the way orbits work.
Is Smash Into the Sun a song?
Probably.
Look it up. Look up like Smash Into the Sun lyrics.
Smash into the sun.
I'm just honestly curious.
I actually kind of want to see that. I actually want to see like.
There's crash into the sun,
There's not Smash?
not smash.
We gotta make a song called Smash Into the Sun.
What would it be about?
Smashing into the sun.
But
Not
like,
misleading.
would it have any sort of subtext? Or
Yeah,
like,
it would
does it mean
you
anything
know, it
else, or is it just literally just a story about crashing into the sun? Sorry,
It would be a
smashing
story.
into the sun.
Get on that.
So it's not
Mooney.
like artistic in any way. It's just like an account, a fictional account of crashing / smashing
Not
into the sun.
necessarily. I mean, I haven't thought about most of it yet. Okay, it's just a theory. All of it's a theory.
A theory of a song.
Yeah.
Basically, Mooney being lazy, and he.
Wait, who's talking about your get Aibo a girlfriend? Gotcha.
Well, we can get him a girlfriend.
Why is everyone in this chat so salty?
It's not really everyone. It's
I
one
know.
person.
It's okay. A little bit of snark never hurt anybody. That's not true at all.
Can you tell me, are you doing for math?
What?
Probably what are you doing for math?
What am I doing for math? This is calculus 2.
I am doing all the maths. I am doing calculus, trigonometry, and geometry, along with AP, algebra.
Wait, man, are you still in college?
Huh?
No, dude, I've been done like since 2012. Wait, no, not 2012.
Okay, yeah, I thought so, but like I wasn't for sure because you mentioned college and I was like, oh.
I've been done since 2014, 2015.
I commented on that several times, Eyeball.
That is quite absurd. I mean,
I got my certificate. And
all the evidence, would lead us to believe that Pluto has at least once orbited the sun.
Yeah, at least once. It's on like 1.2 or something like that.
Wait a second. So, okay. So let's say the moon was mass. Let's say the moon were, I don't know, massive enough to be considered a planet, and it were orbiting the Earth, right?
Sure.
So,
well, if it's orbiting the Earth, then it's considered a satellite, and that means that it's not technically a planet.
So it has to be orbiting a sun?
No, wait, hold on. No, so it'd be considered a moon.
Or a star? It has to be orbiting a star?
Yeah. Because to classify as a dwarf planet, you have to not be a satellite.
Okay, but so consider a solar system.
Sure.
Where our sun is like a big
sun.
Planet.
Wait, the sun is a big planet.
Yes.
So it's just a rock instead of a star.
Yes.
Okay.
No way, Disco Heat posted. Fuck yeah.
So all of the planets in that system would not be planets?
I think those would be considered moons at that point.
Because if you're saying something's if something's is a satellite, then it's a moon, then
I think it's considered it's a satellite if it is not orbiting if what it's orbiting is not a star.
But a satellite is just anything orbiting anything else.
Yeah, I know. I think I'm looking at it in this sense of the the IAU definition of planet.
This is confusing. I'm done. All right, let's see here. Blah 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 and cancel. We are left with that in the numerator. Frick.
A lot of people don't subscribe to. Oh, YouTube.
Yeah, Eyeball, I don't think he was talking about enough gravity to hold our planets into orbit. I think he was just talking about in general. Like if there was a planet out there that just had a bunch of smaller objects orbiting it instead of not necessarily one as large as our planets. From what I understand.
Like how we have to put all these little disclaimers in our statements, like from what I understand. And theoretically.
Yeah. Disclaimer, we don't actually know what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's all speculation.
Yeah, so cleared the neighborhood does not mean does not mean complete a single round of orbiting. It means
Yeah,
that,
it
like, you
means
don't
that it
have
had
the
to
rocket
have,
around.
it had to have like been in like your street before. It had to have been on your street before. So it had to have been in your neighborhood
Yeah.
at least once
Exactly.
in its lifetime. Obviously.
I don't really
Must have
think that the
collided
term
with the Earth.
I don't really think that the term planet is extremely outdated because they updated it in 2006. So it's only like 11 years outdated,
Dated.
which in science terms is not that far.
Wait, what term are we talking about?
We're talking about planets. Eyeball thinks that the term planet is extremely outdated.
don't think
Extremely
it's-
outdated.
I wouldn't say
feel
it's
like there's
extremely outdated, but I think it is outdated.
The idea of planet is outdated.
Okay, I can get on board with that. All right, let's see here. Um,
I won't say much, but I like the word planet. So,
You like the word planet?
planet.
It's a good enough reason to keep it in use for me.
Yep, there you go. That's enough.
You should never put gas giants and rocky bodies within the same category. Why not? They're not completely different.
You made me think of that really old song.
what? Oh yeah, I agree with that. I didn't understand what was being said, but yeah, that does make sense.
Damn, dude. My shit's still fried.
Yes, this is still on. Congratulations.
I'm talking about my fucking Wi-Fi chip. Fucking Discord legit fried my Wi-Fi chip.
Earth to Jupiter is like Earth to the Sun.
Yo, this
I mean, not really, because Jupiter still has a rocky core.
Molten core. Okay, anyway.
Molten core.
you should kill
Alt
yourself.
core. You want me to stop?
Because everyone knows Anna is the best.
You mean Anna?
Anna is the best.
You mean Anna?
Anna is the best. I just say what I said.
You mean Anna?
Anna's the best.
Jupiter's
Yeah, I also love Anna.
over 300. Yeah, I mean it is. But Jupiter
the best.
does still have a rocky core.
Rocky
I don't know how it's
core.
size.
Fuck you and your pronunciation of Anna. Because Anna is not Anna.
It is Anna.
Get the fuck.
That's how you
Yeah, no,
pronounce
it's
it in her
not.
native
It's
tongue.
definitely-
You racist. You're trying
yeah.
to assimilate her language into yours.
Yes, I am.
Oh,
We're talking about the
Exactly.
construction of planets. Are we talking about the construction of planets? We are talking about the construction of planets, I guess.
the
Like
construction of
Toby
planet.
Hall.
Yeah, you know how all the little workers start building the.
If they were nearer, Earth could orbit Jupiter as the sun.
Do I own a fountain pen? No, I do not.
Yeah, but inside of the liquid metallic hydrogen is probably a multi-Rockin core. I'm looking at the same Wikipedia page as you are, dude.
was nasty. I must throw up.
Use though.
Fountain pens are
Just-
like overrated.
I feel like it's a disgrace to fountain pens for me to write in them because my handwriting is.
If your handwriting is garbage, there's no point in you fountain pen. Like
Yeah.
there's just no.
Would you
point.
say that I could sport a fountain pen?
No?
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. Just being truthful.
Ouch.
There's no reason for a engineer major to have a fountain pen. Like what the fuck? Are you?
Hey, I'm also
according
I'm
to
double
this-
majoring in English.
It says that it has a molten rocky core.
No one cares about your double major.
I was kidding. I'm not actually double majoring.
No one cares about your double major in English. You Nazi. Yeah, I'm gonna upset someone one day. I'm like, you're so racist. What the fuck is that? I don't want that. I want those speed seeds, please.
Molten rocky core is a technicality. Okay.
Hey, Lamau, good show. All that good stuff. Yes, yes, yes. I'm a fucking.
But I mean, if you
elbow.
consider what's officially the definition of a planet, I think it makes sense and is pretty unambiguous.
I think he's
Oh, wow.
saying. Yeah, I think he's saying that it's like, why would you compare the two? I think is what he's getting at.
Yo,
I mean,
Guinness.
Like
But
they're just
everything
so
is-
far different that they don't really belong in the same category.
I mean, they're different, but that's interesting. But I mean, you can group a lot of things, a lot of different things in the same category. Like you can group all this stuff as celestial bodies. It's just different subcategories that are talk about how different they are.
Yo, give me that cinnamon, boy.
I think, okay, in my opinion, the term for planet is both too vague and too specific, and it doesn't really it doesn't group together. In my opinion, it doesn't group together things that things that should be grouped together, and yet it excludes things that shouldn't be included in such a classification. In my opinion. I think
Yeah,
it's I don't know. I'm sorry.
Just remember, this is his opinion. Don't get butthurt.
What's 1 minus 2? -1. That's right.
I mean, it tells you that it's a object of a certain amount of mass that's directly orbiting a sun.
Yo, I was about to say 1 minus 2 is 1.
1 minus 2 is 1. It's not.
The absolute
Negative one.
value. But yeah, sure.
One minus 2 is 1. Not 2 minus 1 is -1. Oh boy, give me my milk, please.
Yeah, it was invented before then, but it was reclassified relatively recently.
Bam. That's right. Make these exotic butters.
What are exotic butters?
Oh my god, you fucking scrub. Exotic butters is a meme from Five Nights at Freddy. That happens after you get the last night of the new Five Nights at Freddy game. When you make it to the last night, the little robot, while you're going down the elevator, he goes, "Hey, look, today's your last day. Here go your consolation prize, exotic butters." And then that's when you die at the end because you get scooped.
Alrighty.
And that just ruined the game for like a lot of people who haven't played yet. Spoiler warning. Beep boop. That's a pussy. That's a ugly. Oh,
Until
My
it
boy.
defines itself to only gas giants or rocky bodies, it's vastly adequate.
Confines, not defines.
Didn't I say confines?
You said defines.
Till it confines itself to only gas giants or rock bodies, it's vastly adequate.
Oh, check it out. Homework.
Watch
All
it
right.
only be considered planets.
All right. What else can we do for a few minutes?
Describe your favorite Pokemon in the shittiest manner possible.
No.
Spoopy Ghost Spider with wings.
Literally a piece of garbage. Okay.
You like Trubbish?
No, that was a joke.
Get fucked, you scrub.
I will not.
That's as best as I can explain Giratina. Spoopy Ghost Spider with wings.
Oh, I was trying to think of who you're talking about.
Giratina, you
Yeah, I
faggot.
get it now. Mean person.
I even said the name before I explained them. What were you doing? Boy,
I was arranging my pencils.
I said, oh, that's the best way I can explain Giratina. A spoopy ghost spider with wings. Oh, what Pokemon are you talking about? Oh,
You know what, Manti? I've had enough of you being so mean to me. All I've ever tried to do was to be nice to you, and you treat me this way? How could you?
because I love you so much.
You don't.
And I want you to be my boyfriend forever.
That's a little weird. And also untrue.
It's so untrue.
Okay, yeah. Okay, boys, let's explore this calculator a little bit, I guess.
Sometimes you just hate when people send their shitty furry art in a room and it just looks fucking nasty.
Charon
Who's
isn't
Charon?
here. Are you Charon, Manti? Charon, are you Manti? Wait, Manti, are you Charon?
Yeah, I don't know who Charon is.
What
Did
the
they say
fuck
you're
is
Charon or did they say Vince is Charon?
I have no idea who Charon is.
I don't know who Charon is either.
Okay, I guess Vince was Charon then. Oops.
Who the fuck is Charon?
Vince was Charon?
I think so, yeah. Someone dubbed someone Charon. I don't remember who.
No, I'm
Manti is Charon.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's what I thought.
Wait, what? Wait, hold up. What?
Yeah, you
Who
are
the fuck
definitely
is
Charon.
Charon? What the fuck is Charon? I'm so fucking lost right now.
How much was this calculator? Like $200.
When did I become Charon?
A while ago. Oh, Karen.
Pokemon is
sorry.
lame. Pokemon is lame. Guess what? You can get the fuck out, faggot. We can fight right now about all the Pokemon. I don't give a shit how it's pronounced. Get out. No one loves you anymore. You salty, spangled, spotted. I don't know.
Great.
I ran out of insults. That's what happens when you play League.
Yeah. You know what I just noticed about this? the 4 on my calculator is printed off center. All of the numbers are printed off center. That bugs me. That irks me. This is left,
Does
this
it
is
irk you?
left, this is left. This is right. This is left. That does irk me. It's okay, I'll survive.
I can't believe they're making a new Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Like,
Can you really not believe that?
yes.
Yes.
Like it was successful, but damn, I didn't assume it.
Hey, if
they
I
would
hold my
make it
math
like
homework
so-
upside down, does it look more complicated?
No,
Looks about the same.
it's math.
I'm so tired. I should sleep because I have a test in the morning.
I also have a morning.
What the? What? Chill.
I'm so chill. You don't even know.
Are you though? Are you really?
Dude,
Oh,
I'm the
goddamn.
most chill
Can I put an ice
Chilean
pack?
that has ever chilled.
2
So
to
if
the
I
1
put
to the
hot
1 to the
coffee-
3. I might do more homework on the stream.
So if I put hot coffee on you, you would have no chill.
Because I don't know.
So, what is this MTBI test? Whatever. It is.
It sounds like some sort of personality test or something.
I think so.
Oh yeah,
Someone-
it's one of those things.
Someone
Is
said you would be an NTP, and I'm like, what the fuck is that?
An INTP? Yeah, it's like some personality test that judges like if
Integer P.
you're extroverted or perceptive or whatever.
Salty.
Extroverted or
salty,
perceptive. Very
Yeah,
exclusive right there.
Salty.
It has 4 letters. I just don't remember what it is.
You
Salty
can't be
Cracker
extroverted
said-
and perceptive.
Nope.
Salty Cracker said that was me.
Realistically, it's gonna tell you nothing about yourself that you didn't know.
We're gonna call you Saltine Cracker. I think that explains how much salt you can add into the chat.
2 to the 1 to the 1 to the 3.
I want to make Keemstar jokes, but then I don't. I'm pretty sure you would get highly upset if I do.
That's right.
Yes, I know.
You shouldn't
I wanna
mac on John's bro Keemstar.
I want to
What?
make Keemstar jokes, but I'm pretty sure.
Talking
you
about?
I'm
Bro.
pretty-
Your bro Keemstar.
My
Your Keemstar bro. Keem bro. Bro star.
yeah, no, that doesn't help. Okay.
I'm pretty sure I would get in trouble if I make Keemstar jokes. Pretty positive.
Why would you get in trouble for that?
Pretty sure I'm gonna get in trouble.
Oh, hey, this is an interesting view. Do you guys do you like this kind of here? Check on the stream, Max. Do you like this? Do you like this? You know, you get the point. Whoa. Oops. Do you like the thing on the side? Do you like that?
I don't know. I can't see it. I'm looking for the stream. There it is.
Being a saltine cracker does not mean that you're the leader. It just means that you're
What
just
thing?
in the pack.
The chat,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
like, isn't that neat?
Yeah.
Oh, that looks so clean.
To be a leader
I
of the
like that.
saltine squad,
I like that.
You have
I like
to,
that a lot.
you have
Do you
to
think
be
the
the
dark-
rapper.
Do you think the darkness is good?
Yeah.
I like that a lot. Oh, Max, I like it.
Well, damn. Let me just get more gay. Why don't you?
No. But yes.
Yeah. How you just said it. Ooh, Max. Ooh. Whoa, your hand's not as pale anymore. Good job, Mooney.
What?
Your hand's not so pale anymore. Good job.
What do you mean? Rip me.
Nothing.
Rip
Never
me.
mind. Nothing.
Wow.
Nothing, never mind.
Okay, Manti, whatever.
My name is Manti. Whatever now. First is
whatever.
Charon. First is Charon. Then it
Now
was
it's
Maki
Manti,
Maki.
whatever.
Now it's Manti. Whatever. Look at me evolve.
Yeah.
Oh, Mooney, we should really take this test like right after you're done with your homework.
What test?
Whoa, look at you go fast. Whoa, look at you gotta go fast.
What are you talking about?
I'm watching the stream like, yo, look at it go fast.
Look at
Oh, that's
what
why it's not
fast. Are you drunk?
Yes, I'm drunk on water.
Never know.
Was it funny water?
Welcome to us.
It was probably that.
I'm gonna do a quick game.
Oh, someone should play go soon. Are you already playing?
What?
Are you already playing?
What do you mean?
I just hit. Look at him go. But yeah, this is also guys. It's a it's a music thingy that I have. That I play it. I just don't have this damn pack.
I am actually using a mouse.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, somebody take me back to the days before this was a job, before I got paid, before it ever mattered what I had in my bank. Yeah, back when I was trying to get it tip at Subway, and back when I was rapping for the hell of it. But nowadays we rapping to stay relevant. I'm guessing that if we
When you
can
play
make
League
wishes
all
out
day,
of
it's
airplanes,
good.
then
This
maybe,
is
yo,
the
maybe
thing
I
you
go
have to
back to
have.
the days before the politics that we call the rap game, and back when ain't nobody listened to my mixtape, and back before I tried to cover up my slang. But this is so that they know what's up, I've been right. So can I get a wish to end the politics and get back to the music that started this shit? So here I stand, and then again I say, I'm hoping we can make some wishes out of airplanes.
No, it's good. Especially when you play this game a lot. They're all I only play this like when I upload on the internet. And I swear to God, it doesn't like you think it would play in your head, but it doesn't. Like you play League and other games that constantly use the mouse and then you use these type of stuff like in the back. Plus, he was just doing all that calculus. If you haven't seen it.
Wow,
Is it really straying on my
you
hand?
really
Yeah,
are something special.
kind of.
But don't
no,
get
no.
cocky.
I'll show you Cam. I'll do it. I'll show you Cam. Window capture. How do I do that? Window capture? No.
This really does string your hand?
It does. It does. Because of the way I hold the camera, especially. Ooh. Hello. Especially because of the way I hold my camera. Yeah. Hello.
I would legit
Use
think
mouse.
that that shit doesn't bother your hand.
Oh no, it's really. I mean, for me, the way I hold the mouse. When I play OS, the way I hold my mouse is very like. I don't know how to explain, but
That claw grip. That
Yeah.
some people say. Yep.
yeah, I claw grip. Ooh,
Mm.
it's bad. You know, you can see my mouse. Whatever. You got the point. Oh yeah, I'm covering up chat. Hello. I'll go on this side. What's on this side? That's my. What's here? Oh, that's also my life. Okay. I guess I'll go up here.
Oh. Negative rain and sands on posted.
Playing Ocean now
Yeah, he
Yeah,
playing
for a little bit.
at 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yo, what time do you have class? What's your first class?
Like 8, but I have to wake up at 6 to drive.
You really don't love sleep, do you?
Nope. Oh, my.
Saltine crackers at his 4:30 for him. Yeah, he stopped doing the video. I don't even think anyone can hear me because it's loud as fucking stabbing. Yo, could still. Kind of sucks that I can't hear the fucking music because I muted.
Wow.
You could unmute and then not talk. Just a suggestion. Not saying that you have to. Not saying that you have to not talk. But, you know.
Well, I can see people. I can see someone wants me to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You want me to shut the fuck up, man? Is that what you're after? You can just say, shut the fuck up, man. Oh, you're gonna do Megalovania with him?
I don't know. I was just doing multi. Because that's what they wanted. They wanted me to do multi.
They want you to do Megalovania for them.
I might.
Do it!
I might. Am I doing it for them or for you? Jeez.
Do it!
Why are you doing that to me?
Oh no. If you want to do something, you gotta do if you want to do something for me, you gotta do a battle against a true hero.
I don't think they have that map.
Wait a minute, what? They don't have Undyne's fucking.
If you can find me a good map, then okay.
I will legit search Undyne's fucking map for you because I love that
Do
song.
it.
That's my fucking song. I'll do it. Also, Team Cracker left. Good night, Slow Team Cracker.
Night.
night, Team Crack. Just call you Mark.
Yes.
Oh, you want moderator? Okay. Said no one ever.
I mean, said
Wait,
Pico
no.
a few days
That's
ago.
what you do. That's what you do when you play Clash of Clans. Like, give me moderator. I leave. Okay.
Give me elder.
Give me elder, please.
My name
Ah,
is
you
Max, by the way. Funny thing is, that's my dad's
Max is your dad's.
name. Mark is my dad's name.
Oh.
It's okay, Mark. Max Mark. My dad's name is Frank. Have you ever heard of Harvey Birdman, attorney at law? Then, since you were talking about Ace Attorney,
Me? No.
how do you not know about Harvey Birdman? Are you going against people, Money?
What?
Are you going against other people?
Yeah. It's just other people from the chat.
I don't think anyone else.
Oh, I failed. 'Cause I can't do triplets.
Oh, dude.
Oh, you guys will love this one.
Look at this sad pupper face. Kind of funny because like I haven't downloaded any other maps or any other like alternative states that have been like the 50 cities of the when you start Osu.
Oh.
You didn't know I play Mooney? I play Osu.
You wanna play with me?
Nope.
Okay.
My computer is all the way in my kitchen, dude. I don't feel like getting up. I'm fucking sleepy.
Fine. Don't then. I thought you wanted to play with me, but no, that's fine.
No, if you're gonna play League, I'll play League with you and be cancer.
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, they're gonna hear that in chat.
Say any theme from Undertale, and I'll say the character or place. Ooh.
Everything is great. That doesn't work. 'Cause everything has like everything like is catered to the person. It has their, like Asgore's theme is Asgore's theme. Mooney, you killed this person. I don't know who the fuck it is. Damn, Mooney. Jesus fucking Christ.
Eh.
You fell
Hurt
so
me.
hard.
Did.
Yeah.
Oops.
You did.
We're doing this one.
My man was eating soul. How did that soul taste? Did that soul taste? Yeah, no. That's
Zero.
I know.
I was eating Cyril. Discord.
Only thing that it's okay, dude. Having good grammar is not needed. You're not a kid. You're an adult. You're a 45-year-old man. Yes, you're so killer, dude. The phantom of the 8 minutes. Oh wow. I'll give it to you. That's good. Oh, you're a girl and you're 8 years old and fuck up, kid. You're not really supposed to be up there. Nah, nobody else. Thank you. Thank you. Someone else agrees with me. Fucking 18, 15-year-old? Dude, you should be sleeping, dude. Cereal's amazing. I don't know why everyone doesn't eat cereal. Like, it's really good. And Moonbeam is getting sleepy. You're slowly getting sleepy. Did you finish your homework?
Already really sleepy.
Did you finish your homework?
No,
Little fact.
I give up on it.
Oh my god. Why are you a failure? You have 8 and 15-year-olds watching you and you don't even do your homework? You're supposed to be a good role model.
I did some of my homework.
Could make you fall from the dreamy skies. Suddenly the deepness can't get through. Realize I'll fall along with you. And we're looking into cold green eyes.
I was right. Yeah, Burger Pants don't have I think so.
Hi.
Was that your mom?
Maybe.
Ever-changing, the knowing feeling could make you fall
Hey, Moonbeam. Put your ass on
Uh,
stage.
Yeah. What's on?
Thanks, Moonbeam. We should do this more often.
I do this
See
a
you
lot,
later, Max.
actually. Bye.
Alright, let me fucking
See you next time.
head off to bed so I can get my kids up today. Oh shit. Gotta get them up in like 2 hours. Fuck me, dude. Alright. Night, Moonbeam.
Alright. You all should join my Discord.
What?
Oh, I'm not talking to you. You're already in my Discord.
Oh. I could be
Every
in
time
it
I say
again.
Discord, it sends a thing. So I was just
I'm gonna be a YouTuber when I get the stuff. What stuff? Could be a YouTuber now. You don't need equipment.
alright. Maybe I'll do another homework stream tomorrow. Jeez. The blue stuff? Wait. What? Anyway.